Roran Vale had always believed the sea had a sound for every mood. On calm mornings, it hummed like a low drum, soft and steady. In battle, it roared, beating itself against hull and hull alike. Tonight, as black clouds stitched themselves across the sky and the wind sharpened to a knife edge, the sea sounded like it was laughing. "Captain!" a voice shouted over the rising gale. "Storm off the bow!" Roran braced a hand against the rail and looked ahead. The horizon, moments ago a pale line, had vanished beneath a wall of heaving darkness. Lightning stitched through the clouds, slicing the night into violent flashes that lit the ship's crew in stutters of white and shadow. "That wasn't there 10 minutes ago," the helmsman yelled, eyes wide. Roran's fingers tightened around the slick wood. Storms did not rise that fast, not natural ones. "Reef the main," he shouted. "Secure everything you can. No one goes below until we ride this out." Men scrambled. Sailcloth thrashed like wild things fighting restraint. The ship, the Maerwraiths, groaned as it surged up, climbed the oncoming swell, and then slammed down the other side. Spray whipped across the deck, cold and sharp as thrown glass. Roran squinted into the dark. For a moment, he thought he saw something in the water ahead, a pale shimmer under the waves, like moonlight trapped beneath the surface. Then a curtain of rain slammed into his face, and the vision vanished. He told himself he imagined it. He preferred his fears with clear edges, not whispers of ghost stories. Sirens, cursed islands, the tales the younger men traded to make long nights shorter. Another flash of lightning. For a heartbeat, he saw his crew, each detail hyper-bright and fragile. First mate Jarrell, sleeves rolled to scarred forearms, tying off a line with his teeth bared in concentration. Young Halden, who had never seen true war, dragging a coil of rope twice his size. The helmsman, knuckles white on the wheel. Roran knew all their names. It made command hurt more, but it was the only way he knew how to lead. A wind gust slammed into the Maerwraith from the side, harder than any he'd felt before. The ship lurched violently, tilting, loose barrels skidding, a shout breaking into a scream as someone lost their grip. Roran lunged, grabbing Halden's collar just as the boy's boots skidded toward the rail. He hauled him back, muscles burning. "Tie yourself to something," Roran snapped. "Now." "Yes, Captain." Halden's eyes shone with terror and gratitude. Roran turned back toward the bow, and felt something under the ship change. The swell's rhythm faltered. The usual rise and fall fell out of step, becoming jagged, wrong. He felt it in his knees, in the way his stomach tightened. It reminded him of stepping into a room where someone had been shouting moments before. Violence still vibrating in the air. The sea was uneasy. "Roran," Jarrell called, close to his ear. "This isn't normal." "You think I haven't noticed?" Roran shouted back, but there was no bite in it. Jarrell knew him too well. Roran stared ahead. Lightning forked again, closer this time. In that brief brightness, he saw it clearly. The water not far from the bow was churning, a spiraling depression sucking the waves downward. Like a whirlpool, but vertical, reaching up and down at the same time. Light glimmered within it, a pale, cold glow. He'd heard of places at sea men simply did not return from. Places sailors called forsaken, marked on no official chart, but passed through generations as a warning. The thought came unbidden. Alyndra. "Turn us around," Roran yelled. "Hard to port." The helmsman fought the wheel. The wind fought back harder. The sea wasn't laughing anymore. It was singing. Not in any language he knew, not even in words. It was a sound that vibrated through the hull, through his bones, through every nail in the ship. A long, low note like a distant choir, rising and falling, threaded with a keening that made his skin prickle. Halden clapped his hands over his ears. Jarrell staggered, face draining of color. Somewhere, someone started praying. Roran gritted his teeth and forced himself to breathe. Men looked to him. He could not afford fear, not where they could see it. "Hold the wheel," he barked. The strange singing grew louder, twisting the air. The clouds above the vortex spun faster, like the sea and sky were spinning around the same unseen axis. Spray leapt up in sudden tall columns, thin as spears. Roran had faced enemy fire, siege engines, and men twice his size. None of that felt as vast and indifferent as this. Whatever was happening here, they were intruders in it. The first wave hit like a fist. Water slammed over the bow, sweeping across the deck with such force the maerwraiths shuddered, timbers protesting. Roran braced himself, but his boots skidded, and for a moment he found himself sliding. A hand grabbed the back of his coat, Jarell's, anchoring him against the rush. "Go below," Roran shouted at the nearest men as the water drained away. "Secure the cargo and—" He didn't finish. The second wave was larger. It came not from the ordinary swell, but from the heart of the glowing spiral, towering higher than the mast, lit from within by that same eerie light. There was no time to turn. It crashed. Roran's world became cold, crushing pressure and the deafening roar of water. He clamped his mouth shut against instinct. The deck vanished under his feet. The sky vanished above his head. The sea took everything. He thought wildly of the last shore he had seen, of the small harbor town, of the children waving at the departing ship, the promise he'd given the governor that his soldiers would reach the distant garrison safely. "We'll see them home." He had failed. Something hard slammed into his shoulder. He somersaulted, limbs flailing. Roran reached for anything solid and felt his fingers brush wood. Then nothing, then something else. Cloth, an arm, a hand tearing away. His lungs burned. The strange song threaded through the chaos, closer now. It cut through the roar like a pure note through noise, vibrated through his ribs, through his teeth. He had the wild thought that the sea itself was calling him down. Darkness pressed against his eyes. The taste of salt filled his nose and throat. His chest spasmed. He tried to kick, but the force of the water spun him again, stripped the last of his strength. The note swelled. And then, abruptly, everything went still. The pressure on his body eased, as if a giant hand had released him. The roar dulled to a distant murmur. He floated, heavy, and caught between sinking and rising. A warmth, not physical, more like the memory of warmth, brushed against his mind. It was not comforting, it felt like scrutiny. The note changed, splintering into several voices at once, weaving around each other in a pattern he could not grasp. He thought he heard sorrow in it, and something like impatience. A flash of silver light exploded behind his eyes. Then there was nothing. Seralyth Marevia stood at the edge of the reef and watched the storm tear open the sky. From her vantage point atop a jagged pillar of stone, she could see the border of her domain clearly. The seaward shimmered faintly around Alyndra Isle like a curved pane of glass, turning aside the worst of the waves. But beyond that invisible barrier, the storm raged unrestrained. Wind howled. Waves clawed at the air, white crests torn to mist. Lightning danced across the clouds, tracing the outlines of forces she could no longer fully command. She sang to the water, low and steady, reinforcing the ward where it trembled. The melody rose from deep in her chest, vibrating through her bones, each note sent into the sea like a thread. The water responded, calming slightly where her voice touched. Slightly. She tasted ozone and salt and something else beneath it, a deep metallic tang that did not belong. Resonance sickened. "You are pushing yourself," a voice rasped behind her. Seralyth kept her gaze on the storm. "The ward is thin," she said. "If it fails, the maerwraiths will smell blood for leagues." Elthara Nis clambered onto the stone beside her, one hand pressed to her side as she caught her breath. Age did not sit lightly on the elder Siren, though her eyes remained sharp as sea glass. "The ward weathers worse," Elthara said. "Yet you have never stood out here where it is weakest. What is different about this storm?" Seralyth let her song thin, but did not stop. To cease completely would be to invite the weakness to spread. At the heart of the storm, she sensed the wrongness. Not just wind and wave, but intention. Someone was moving the sea without regard for its balance, forcing currents where they wanted to go instead of guiding them. "It is shaped," she said quietly, "drawn to a point." "A ship?" Elthara's tone sharpened. Seralyth nodded once. She could feel the shadow of wood, the small pricks of flickering human emotion, fear, resolve, confusion, moving like sparks over the surface of the sea. "They are not of our waters," Seralyth murmured. "They should never have come this close." She did not need Elthara's hiss of disapproval to know what the elder wanted her to do. They had argued this in circles countless times. The Sea Ward protected Alyndra from the outside world, and the outside world from Alyndra. It hid the island, dampened its magical signature, blurred its outline to passing sailors. For centuries, the Siren Queens had kept that boundary firm. But the ward was not what it had been. Her mother's death, the dwindling of their people, and too many demands on too little resonance had chipped away at its strength. Seralyth felt the strain each time she reached for its weave, like fingers pushing against brittle glass. Now something beyond it was hammering at that same glass from the other side. Another bolt of lightning speared downward. In its brief flare, Seralyth saw the ship, a dark shape riding the chaos, fought by spray and shadow. "Elthara," Seralyth said, "the currents are being forced. They are being dragged toward—" She cut herself off. Even forming the name of the hidden maw beneath the waves, it had no true word in human tongues, felt like inviting attention. "A place we do not wish mortal eyes to find," Elthara finished for her quietly. "Yes, and if they are dragged there, they will not return. The sea will swallow their screams and bones, and no tale will be told." Seralyth's fingers curled tightly at her sides. "We would let them die." "They have no claim on our mercy," Elthara said. "They are strangers, humans. You know their history with our kind. If even one returns with a whisper of Alyndra—" "The ward still conceals us." Seralyth's voice was calm, but she could hear the thin thread of argument in it. "For now," Elthara said. "If you weaken it further—" A sharp, shuddering vibration ran through the water beneath them. Seralyth had to widen her stance to keep from pitching forward. The sea ward flared suddenly with pale light, visible even to the naked eye, as a wave of force crashed against it from outside. The storm's song rose to a shriek. Seralyth shut her eyes for a heartbeat and sank her awareness into the resonance. The sea's harmonies unfolded in 1,000-layered notes, the shift of depths, the pull of the moon, the restless chorus of living things. She listened past that, searching for the thread that did not belong. There, a harsh, discordant tone, like a flute forced to play beyond its range. It wrapped itself around the ship, pulling, dragging, insisting. Someone was guiding this storm, not one of hers. The flavor of the magic was all jagged edges and hunger. Her chest tightened. For a moment, memory rose. Her mother's voice, instructing her in how to untangle knots in the currents, to free ships snared by natural storms when it cost them little. The pride in those eyes when Seralyth had first calmed the gale on her own. "We guide, we do not leash," her mother had said. "The sea is no one's pet." Seralyth opened her eyes. "They will not only die," she said softly. They are being used. Elthara's jaw clenched. Tide-seers, she spat. Humans meddling with forces they cannot understand. Let them be consumed by their own arrogance. Seralyth could have agreed. It would have been easier. Let the ship break. Let the currents carry the wreckage away. No risk, no cost. But the resonance did not lie. She could feel the individual sparks of fear on that ship. Lives, small and bright and finite. She felt one of those sparks burn steadier than the rest, as if braced against inevitable ruin. For all his insignificance, whoever that spark belonged to refused to yield. Seralyth's song deepened. She stepped forward to the very lip of the stone. The wind whipped her hair around her face like a dark banner, but she hardly felt it. "Seralyth," Elthara warned, "think before you—" "If the ward fails," Seralyth said, "we lose more than secrecy. The maerwraiths have already been testing its edges. If they find a crack, they will pry it open. I would rather decide where my strength goes than spend it reacting to what comes." "And you think aiding humans is the wiser investment?" Elthara demanded. "I think I will not share the sea with someone who dares to chain it," Seralyth said. Her voice was still quiet, but iron threaded through it now. "Whoever is manipulating that storm, they are close enough to sniff out weakness in the ward. If I do nothing, they keep their hidden hand. If I act, I can at least feel along the same rope they are pulling." Elthara's eyes narrowed with reluctant acknowledgement. The elder knew as well as she did that sometimes the only choice was between two risks. "Then be precise," Elthara said. "Do not spend more than you must." Seralyth nodded. It was what she intended. And yet some part of her had already accepted that must might become more than she wished. She lifted her arms and let the song within her rise. The wall between sea and sky thinned. Her voice slipped through it like a blade, cutting into the storm. Notes wove into the roaring wind, into the whirling water, seeking the discordant thread. Once found, she hooked it delicately, testing its strength. The magic on the ship was crude, but powerful. It clung to the vessel like barnacles, forcing the currents beneath it. She tasted ambition, desperation, and a chilling lack of respect for consequence. "Let go," she whispered into her song. The forces dragging the ship tightened, resisting. The spiral deepened, the glow at its center growing brighter. "Fine," she thought, "then we do this the hard way." She poured more resonance into the note, sharpening it, shifting its pitch, until it hummed in perfect opposition to the foreign magic. She felt the strain immediately. Her lungs burned as if she had been singing for hours, not moments. The fragile lattice of the seaward around Alyndra trembled. Behind her, Elthara made a low sound of alarm. Seralyth focused on the ship. She felt its planks straining, its mast creaking. She felt the men scrambling, slipping, clutching at lines that would not save them if the currents did not change. One spark burned brighter than the rest. It felt like a steady drumbeat, slowed but unbroken. She latched her attention to that spark and used it as an anchor. The foreign magic resisted her one last time, then snapped. The spiral shattered, its glow exploding outward in a rush of wild force that sent a shockwave through the sea. Seralyth staggered. Pain lanced from her chest down her arms, a line of fire traced by resonance, burning too hot. For a heartbeat she could not draw breath. The song broke off, cut mid-note. The storm above the ship faltered. The unnatural shape bled away, leaving behind only furious winds and heaving waves. She searched wildly for the sparks she had felt. One by one, they winked out. "Too late," Elthara said quietly. Seralyth clenched her teeth. The ship's shadow broke.
Wood snapped. The imprint of its hull fractured into splinters, spread thin in the currents. She found one remaining spark, clinging, dim but stubborn. The man she had anchored to was not dead, not yet. He hung at the edge of a deep pull, caught between the ordinary swell and something far below. The hidden maw. Seralyth inhaled sharply, ignoring the pain. That place did not simply claim bodies. It twisted resonance itself, chewing on it. Anything taken by it was warped beyond recognition. If she reached in after him, she risked exposing herself to the same distortion. It was not a place any siren should go. "Leave him," Elthara said, reading her posture. "You have already spent too much." "I can reach him," Seralyth said. "He is still in the outer current." "You do not know that," Elthara snapped. "You feel a spark, the maws lure with remnants. They mimic life to pull more in." "His pattern has not changed," Seralyth murmured, only half aware she was speaking aloud. "Fear, stubbornness, no resignation." Elthara's lips thinned. "You read too much in human fear. They are all the same when they drown." Seralyth's gaze stayed on the place where the spark flickered.
This close, she could taste the texture of his mind through resonance, the same way she might sense the color of a fish's scales in the water. He was not resigned. He was angry, not at the sea, but at himself. "We cannot afford this," Elthara said. "If you pour more of yourself into the open water, you will weaken the ward further. You have already felt it. There are reports from the western reef. The maerwraiths are pressing harder." Seralyth knew. She had seen the claw marks on stone where no claws should reach, smelled the acrid nesting stench in waters that should have been clean and cold. "If we lose the ward," she said softly, "this island will not stand a season." "Then do not pull at its foundations for the sake of one stranger," Elthara said. Seralyth's jaw tightened. She knew the laws. As queen, she was supposed to be beyond such sentiment. The safety of many over the life of one. There was a clear answer here, and it did not require her to risk herself further. But when she reached for that cold calculus, something in her recoiled. The siren queens were guardians. They were not supposed to turn their backs on cries for aid. Her mother's voice came back to her again, not from memory this time, but from the echo of old resonance. It was faint, but it was there. Stones remembered songs long after singers were gone. "We do not owe the landfolk anything," her mother had once said, "but we owe the sea everything, and the sea does not love waste." If a life could be saved without unmaking the balance, should she not at least try? Seralyth exhaled slowly. "If he reaches the maw, he is lost. If I act now, I may keep him from it." "And at what cost?" Elthara demanded. Seralyth's hand went to the small shell circlet at her throat, the symbol of her crown. It pulsed faintly with stored resonance, the last gifts of queens before her. It was not limitless. She thought of the dwindling council, of Varian, patrolling tireless but no longer able to be everywhere at once. Of the young sirens who had never seen the mainland, who believed humans were shadows in old stories. She thought, too, of the long, hollow years since her mother's passing, of the silence where another song might have woven with hers. Her decision crystallized like salt on stone. "I will pull him back," she said. Elthara's eyes flashed with frustration. "Your heart is not a council chamber, Seralyth. You cannot govern by feeling." "This is not about feeling," Seralyth lied. "It is about refusing to let an enemy of the sea use it as a graveyard." "Word it how you like," Elthara muttered. "You will still pay for it." Seralyth dipped her chin in grim acknowledgement. Then she stepped off the stone and into the water. The sea welcomed her like an old friend. Cold closed over her head, but it was a familiar cold, one she could shape. Her legs, so ordinary on land, shimmered and shifted. Scales of deep teal and silver unfurled along her skin, and her feet flowed into a single powerful tail. She flicked it once and shot downward. The water around Alyndra was clear and bright, lit by strands of daylight that pierced even the depths. Fish scattered before her passage in flashes of color. The sea word hummed in her bones like the thrum of a distant drum. Beyond the ward, the water changed. It grew murkier, laced with silt and the remnants of storm churn. The bruise of the broken vortex lingered, a smear of turbulent currents that still hadn't settled. Seralyth slipped through the barrier at a point where she knew it could withstand the temporary thinning, and plunged into the wild water. The spark she sought burned ahead of her, dimmer now. She angled toward it, weaving through the chaotic flow. Broken planks drifted around her like fallen leaves. A length of rope brushed her arm. A shattered crate tumbled past. Then she saw him. He hung in the water with his back slightly arched, as if he had tried to swim and failed. His eyes were closed, his hair fanned around his head like rust-colored seaweed. A trickle of bubbles escaped his barely parted lips. He was larger than the sirens she knew, built for a life of gravity and strain. His clothing clung to him in heavy folds. A line of blood floated from a cut at his temple, curling away in a red ribbon. Too far, a colder part of her thought. Too close to the pull. Too late. Yet the spark of him burned on stubbornly. Seralyth extended a hand. The water between them thickened, obeying her will, slowing the unseen tug toward the maw. She felt the strain immediately, like trying to hold two opposing tides apart with her palms. The maw lurked below, a presence she did not need eyes to sense. It drew with patient hunger, ancient and dumb. Her skin prickled with the awareness of it. She gathered resonance in her chest. The song she shaped now was not one of broad command, but of precision. A narrow line of harmony that she threaded directly into the man's failing body. "Breathe," she whispered into the note. The magic slid under his skin like light through water. She felt his lungs seize, felt the panic of the body in its final refusal. Then the song wrapped around that panic, soothed it, coaxed instead of commanded. His chest spasmed, a burst of bubbles escaped his mouth. Seralyth reached further, letting the magic nudge his heart's rhythm, aligning it with the pulse of the currents. The cost hit her like a slap. Resonance poured out of her in a flood, far more than she had intended. It was like someone had punched a hole in the shell circlet at her throat and let its power drain freely. She tried to pull back. This was too much, far too much. But the connection had caught, and it would not be severed gently. Her tail faltered. For a terrifying second, she sank with him. Pain blossomed behind her eyes. Her fingertips tingled and went numb. The song cracked on a note she had not meant to reach. Above them, the seaward shuddered. She felt it even from here, a stutter in the steady hum that had always been a comfort. Tiny fractures spiderwebbed through the barrier structure, each one ringing in her bones. Elthara had been right. She was pulling at the foundation. But she could not stop now, not without tearing the magic inside him into shreds. "Live," she forced into the song. "If you let go, this is for nothing." It was a foolish thing to think. He could not hear her thoughts. And yet she felt something in him answer. A flare of resistance, sharp and almost angry. His heart stuttered. Then, with agonizing slowness, it beat. Again. Again. The maw's pull weakened as its would-be meal slipped out of its immediate grasp. Seralyth kicked her tail, hauling them both upward, dragging him through water that fought her every move. Light brightened above. Each meter he rose lessened the gravitational tug of the deep. But each meter cost her more resonance, poured into keeping his lungs from collapsing, his blood from congealing. By the time they breached the surface, Seralyth's vision was edged with darkness. She pulled him toward the lee side of a jagged outcrop where the waves broke with less force. The storm had dulled, no longer tyrannical, but still restless. Rain tapped at the sea like impatient fingers. He floated limply, dead weight. His head lolled, water streaming from his hair and beard. Seralyth pressed her hand to his chest and pushed a last steadying note into him. His body jolted. He convulsed, expelling a lungful of water in a violent cough. Breath tore into his lungs with an ugly rasping sound. The relief that washed through her was brief and sharp, and followed immediately by a fresh wave of pain. Resonance around Alyndra twisted in protest. She did not need to see the ward to know it had dimmed. The sea ward's hum was a thin whisper now, fragile as spun sugar. She had taken power meant to shield an island and invested it instead in one mortal life. The man groaned softly. His eyelids fluttered. Slow, dazed awareness clawed its way back into his expression. Seralyth's hand slipped from his chest. She floated a short distance away, tail fanning gently to keep her steady. Her breath came shallow, each inhale a small battle. She could leave him here. The thought came as much from fear as from practicality. She could let the tide carry him to Alyndra's shore, or away from it. She could pretend she had only altered his fate, not entangled herself further. But the law was clear. No human who saw Alyndra was meant to leave with that memory intact. And if he washed ashore, battered and half-healed, the first sight he would see would be her island. This decision was not finished. She flicked her tail and began to tow him toward the hidden inlet on the island's eastern side, where the cliffs folded around a narrow strand of sand. The place had once been a busy landing for messengers and traders. Now it welcomed only the occasional supply skiff, and rarely Seralyth herself, when she could not bear the weight of the palace. By the time they reached the inlet, she was shaking. Her arms ached from hauling his weight. The simple act of dragging him onto the wet sand felt like pushing boulders uphill. She let his body settle just beyond the reach of the surf, where waves lapped at his boots but did not cover him. The storm had dulled further, reduced to an irritated drizzle and churning gray clouds. Seralyth shifted, scales receding as she stepped onto the sand. Her tail split and lengthened into legs, bare feet sinking slightly into the wet grains. She shivered once, human form always feeling oddly small and exposed after the vast surety of the water. The man lay on his back, chest rising and falling in ragged pulls. His brows furrowed slightly, as if even unconscious he disapproved of something. In the better days of her court, there would have been protocols for such a thing, spells to erase his memories, pacts with neighboring realms to return him without incident. Now, with their numbers so diminished and the wards so fragile, those luxuries were gone. Elthara would say the simplest answer was best. A simple push, a hand over his nose and mouth while he still swam in the border between waking and sleep. He would never fully wake. The sea would take him gently this time. Seralyth's hand hovered above his face. Her fingers trembled. Up close, he looked rough-hewn, but not harsh. Lines around his eyes spoke of laughter as much as frowning. A faint scar slashed through his left eyebrow, old and pale. He had the look of someone who had seen violence and chosen to stand between it and others. He had not meant to trespass. He had simply been doing his duty when the storm swallowed him. Seralyth closed her eyes. The law does not bend for feelings, she told herself. One life for an island, one breath for thousands. I should have left you to the storm, she said quietly. He didn't respond. Only the sound of the sea answered her, a gentle hiss on the shore. Her hand descended the last inches.
and flattened not over his mouth and nose, but over his sternum, feeling the sluggish but stubborn beat beneath. "Unfortunately," she whispered, more to herself than to him, "I rarely do what I should." A bitter smile flickered across her lips. She straightened, swaying for a heartbeat as dizziness swept over her. Her legs felt unsteady, as if she'd been walking for days. A shadow fell across them both. "Elphara will have words," a dry voice said. Seralyth turned. Varian Keltris stood at the base of the rocky path leading up from the inlet, his arms folded across his chest.
In human form, he was tall and spare, his dark hair pulled back, his gaze cool as winter water. The faint shimmer at the edges of his outline told her he had only just emerged from a partial attunement, having followed her through the ward's strain. "It seems everyone will," Seralyth replied, too tired to summon more than a faint edge to her tone. Varian's gaze dropped to the man on the sand. He arched an eyebrow. "He breathes." "For now," Seralyth said. "You mean him to live?" It was not quite a question. Seralyth lifted her chin. "I do." Varian's jaw tightened. "You have risked much. The ward almost screamed itself apart. Half the reef felt it. The council will—" "I know what the council will say," Seralyth cut in, sharper than she intended. She softened her voice after a heartbeat. "But I need more than fear and old rules to face what is coming. Did you feel the storm's shape, Varian?" He hesitated. "Yes." "This was no accident," Seralyth said quietly. "Someone forced the currents. They tested the ward. They are near enough to taste our weakness. If we cling to law and secrecy alone, we will be swept aside." "And a human soldier will help with this? How?" Varian asked. There was no malice in it, only baffled practicality. Seralyth looked down at the man again, at his battered, determined face. "I do not know yet," she said, "but the sea gave him back to me when it had every reason to keep him. I would be a fool to ignore that." Varian studied her for a long moment. He had served her mother and her mother's mother. He knew when a queen's mind was set. "At least bind him," he said at last. "If he wakes and runs, there are places on this island he must not wander into." "Weaken myself further?" Seralyth asked, a wry twist to her mouth. Varian's gaze flicked to the shell circlet at her throat, its glow faint. "You have already cast the die. A thread more will not change that it is falling." She sighed. He was not wrong. Kneeling once more, Seralyth placed her hand lightly against the side of the man's neck. A small, careful song slipped from her lips. No more than a murmur, a lullaby compared to the storm's battle hymn. She wove a binding of awareness, a soft tether that linked his presence to hers. If he moved beyond a certain distance, she would feel it. If he tried to cross the ward, it would turn him aside like a gentle but unyielding current. The magic flared faintly, then settled. It cost less than she'd feared, but she still felt it. "There," she said quietly. "He is ours now, for good or ill." Varian grunted. "I will inform Elphara you are returning with trouble." "Please don't call him that to his face," Seralyth said, surprising herself with a flicker of humor. Varian's lips twitched, almost a smile. "I am not completely without caution." He turned and began the climb up the rocky path. Seralyth watched him go, then looked back down at the man. His lashes fluttered again. This time his eyes opened. They were a warm hazel, flecked with green and gold, disoriented and sharp all at once. He squinted against the gray light, focusing by degrees. His gaze met hers. For a moment neither of them spoke. The world narrowed to the wet sand under her knees, the taste of exhaustion on her tongue, and the way his eyes flickered with questions. His voice, when it came, was rough and raw from salt. "Am I dead?" he asked. "Not yet," Seralyth said. His brow creased. "I was on a ship. There was a storm." "Yes," she said, "it destroyed your vessel." His throat worked. "My crew?" Seralyth hesitated. She had felt each spark wink out. To lie would be pointless cruelty. "You were the only one I found," she said softly. He closed his eyes, pain sweeping across his features. She felt the flare of it through the binding like a brief, sharp sting. When he opened them again, there was grief there, but also a steadiness she recognized. He did not have the luxury of breaking entirely. "Where am I?" he asked, forcing his voice to hold. Seralyth considered her answer. The truth was a blade with many edges. "On the shore of a place you were never meant to find," she said at last. "An island that owes you nothing and has every reason to send you back to the sea." His eyes widened slightly. "That's not comforting." "It was not meant to be," she replied. He studied her more closely now, perhaps finally seeing beyond his own struggle to breathe. His gaze flicked over her damp hair, the faint shimmer still clinging to her skin, the strange shell circlet at her throat. Confusion deepened. "You pulled me out," he said slowly. "I remember something, a sound." He swallowed. "Who are you?" Seralyth met his gaze without flinching. "I am Seralyth Marevia," she said, "Queen of Alyndra." "A queen," he echoed, as if committing that to some inner ledger. "I am Captain Roran Vale of the Maerwraiths, late of the King's 3rd Coastal Battalion." His jaw tightened slightly at the word late. He shifted, trying to push himself up. His arm gave out, and he fell back with a hiss of pain. "Easy," Seralyth said, more sharply than she intended. "The magic has only just taken hold. You are not fully mended." "Magic?" he repeated, tasting the word like something half-believed from childhood stories. His gaze drifted toward the restless sea, then back to her. "You expect me to." A faint rumbling sound came from the cliff path. Varian had stopped halfway up, glancing back. "Seralyth," he called, his tone formal now. "Elthara is waiting." "The council as well, no doubt." Roran's eyes flicked between them, taking in the names, the cadence, the ease with which they moved here. He was a soldier. He would be cataloging potential threats, exits, advantages. Even in weakness, he thought in lines of defense. "Queen Seralyth," he said, the title respectful but edged with uncertainty. "If this island did not want me here, you could have left me to drown. Why didn't you?" She could have given him half-truths. Duty to the sea. Anger at whoever had twisted the storm. Cold strategy. In the end, exhausted and with too much already risked, she chose not to lie. "Because I could not bear to feel your spark go dark when I knew I could pull it back," she said simply. Surprise flickered across his face, followed by something else, something quieter. "Then I'm in your debt," he said. "That remains to be seen," she replied. She rose slowly, ignoring the way her legs protested. "You will come with me. Until I decide what to do with you, you will not leave my sight. Alyndra is not kind to trespassers." Roran huffed a faint, humorless breath. "You say that like I came here on purpose." "Intent changes little," she said. "Consequences do not ask permission." He seemed to accept that, though his mouth tightened. With effort, he pushed himself onto one elbow, then to a sitting position. The movement left him pale and shaking. Seralyth reached out a hand. He eyed it for a moment, then took it. His grip was strong despite the tremor. Her own hand felt unsteady in his. Resonance burned low. For a brief, strange instant, their weaknesses held each other up. She pulled him to his feet. The world tilted very slightly as they stood facing one another. Queen of a fading, sea-warded island, and a shipwrecked soldier who should have died with the rest. Behind them, the waves washed in and out, as if erasing footprints as soon as they were made. Seralyth glanced once toward the restless horizon, where the memory of the shaped storm still lingered. "Saving him will drain your magic," some inner voice whispered. Killing him would save your kingdom. She tightened her fingers around his hand. I have made my choice, she murmured under her breath, too low for him to hear. Let us see where it leads. She released his hand and gestured toward the path. Come, Roran Vale, she said, her tone returning to its queenly distance. Welcome to Alyndra. Try not to give my council more reasons to hate you than you already have. Alyndra's palace had been carved from the island's bones. Roran realized this as Varian led him up the winding path from the inlet, each step taking them higher along the cliff's edge. The structure that emerged above them wasn't some towering spire, but a graceful merging of stone and sea. Archways hollowed from cliffs, terraces leaning over the waves, narrow windows like gills. Salt-streaked pillars rose from the rock, their surfaces etched with curling designs that resembled waves mid-crest. Everything felt grown rather than built, as if no one had thought to ask the stone's permission. They had simply sung to it until it agreed. Roran's boots slipped once on the damp path. His muscles still trembled from drowning, from being dragged through water he barely remembered. Varian walked just ahead, never offering a hand, yet never quite letting the distance between them widen. Stay to the inside, the guardian said. The wind has its own ideas up here. Roran glanced over the path's edge despite himself. Waves hurled themselves at the cliff far below, exploding into spray that occasionally reached even this height. The sea looked different than any water he'd served on before, clearer, but with odd shadows moving far beneath the surface, as if larger things watched from below. He thought of the strange singing he'd heard, the way everything had gone silent right before the world returned. Do all your storms look like that? He asked. Varian's shoulders tensed slightly. No. Roran filed that away. The other man had the stiff wariness of a veteran, one who would share what he chose and nothing more. They rounded a final curve, and the palace opened around them. It wasn't large in the way royal fortresses on the mainland were large. There were no towering walls, no banners snapping from high towers. Instead, there were layered courtyards cut into the cliffside, connected by bridges and stairs, each oriented toward the sea. Shallow pools mirrored the sky. Runnels carried seawater along channels carved into the stone, their low trickle underscoring the constant hiss and boom of distant waves. Figures moved among the arches, men and women with the same faint shimmer to their skin Seralyth had, a hint that they were more at home in water than out. Some paused in their tasks to stare openly at Roran and Varian as they crossed the first courtyard. Word travels quickly, Roran murmured. In a place this small it would have to, Varian replied. You are the first outsider to walk these paths in my lifetime. There was no pride in the statement, only wary fact. Seralyth had gone ahead, her stride unsteady enough that Varian had almost insisted on supporting her. Almost. Roran had seen his hand twitch, then curl into a fist instead. It seemed touching the queen without explicit permission was not done, even when she looked ready to fall. She appeared now at the far end of the courtyard, framed by an arched opening. With the storm wind no longer tearing at her hair, she looked less wild and more worn. There were faint shadows beneath her eyes, and the shell circlet at her throat lay dull against her skin. Behind her stood another woman Roran hadn't yet met. She was shorter than Seralyth, hair white as surf, skin lined but strong. Her eyes were sharp, set under dark brows, and fixed on him with the unblinking focus of a hawk. "Elthara," Seralyth said, "you wished to speak." "I wished to forbid," Elthara corrected. Her voice rasped like waves over pebbles. "But I see we are long past wishes." Her gaze raked over Roran, measuring and weighing. He'd been inspected by generals before battle, by healers after, by quartermasters arguing over rations. This felt different, as if she meant to read more than the state of his lungs and limbs. "Captain Roran Vale," Seralyth said, "this is Elthara Nis, elder of my council." Roran inclined his head slightly. "Honored, elder." "I doubt that," Elthara said dryly. "Do you know where you stand, Captain?" "On an island I didn't intend to find," he said. "Beyond that, I rely on your queen's word. She says I should be here, at least for the moment." A faint twitch at one corner of Elthara's mouth suggested she'd heard the underlying question, how long that moment would last. "You stand in Alyndra's heart," she said, "hidden by a ward that has kept your world and ours comfortably ignorant of each other. That ward is weaker today than it was yesterday." Roran slid a glance toward Seralyth. She did not flinch, though her jaw tightened slightly. "That is on me," he said quietly. "If I hadn't been out there—" "You were a symptom, not the sickness," Elthara cut in. "Something out there twisted the sea to its hand. Had we done nothing, you would still have died. The difference is that our ward would be stronger, and our queen would not look like a wind could knock her over." Seralyth's lips thinned. "Elthara." "We have no time for politeness," Elthara said. "The maerwraiths pushed at the western edge while you played at mercy. They smelled the ward falter. Varian brought word before he followed you." She lifted her chin toward the guardian. Roran's attention sharpened. "Maerwraiths." "Creatures of the deep," Varian said. "Drawn to broken things. Fallen wrecks, dead magic, the edges where wards fray. They gnaw at the seams between worlds. If they find a weakness, they worry at it until it tears." Roran pictured something like the scavengers that circled battlefields, but in the sea and dangerous to more than bodies. "You fought them?" he asked. "Drove them off," Varian said. Seralyth's gaze flicked between her guardian and her elder. Her shoulders were straight, but Roran could see the effort in it, like a banner held aloft by someone who'd already marched too far. "The ward was already thinning," she said. "Saving Captain Vale hastened what could not be avoided. We would be having this argument soon regardless. We could have had it without a human listening in."
"Do you mean for him to hear all our weaknesses?" Roran felt his own spine stiffen. "I didn't ask to be included," he said. "But if something out there is driving storms and sending these maerwraiths closer, then I'm already part of it, whether you brief me or not. Ignorance won't make me less dangerous." Elthara's gaze swung back to him, sharper now. "You think yourself dangerous, Captain?" "I think I've seen what happens when people treat problems as distant until they're at their door," he said. "It rarely ends well." For a heartbeat, silence hung in the courtyard. Then, unexpectedly, Elthara huffed out a breath that might have been a laugh. "At least he has a mouth that works," she muttered. "Better than those simpering merchants we used to host. They always talked and never said anything." Roran blinked. He hadn't expected that. Seralyth's shoulders relaxed by a fraction. "He will be under guard," she said. "He is bound to me. If he strays too far, I will know. He cannot cross the ward." "What he cannot do is less important than what his existence will provoke," Elthara said. "You know how the rest of the council will react." "I will handle the council," Seralyth said. "Varian, find quarters for Captain Vale. Somewhere central." "So you may keep an eye on him," murmured. "So I may keep an eye on him," Seralyth agreed, refusing to be embarrassed by the admission. "We will reweave the western ward at dusk. I will need all of you." "There is not enough of you left to pour into every crack," Elthara said quietly. To Roran, she added, "Sleep, human. You will likely find no rest once we decide what to do with you." She turned and drifted away across the courtyard, her steps light despite her age. Several other sirens who had been loitering near the arches scattered quickly before she could catch them eavesdropping. Varian jerked his chin. "Come." Roran followed. As they walked, he caught fragments of whispers from the few sirens still lingering. Smells like iron and smoke. How did he breach the ward? Queen's gone soft. Maybe he's a sign." He didn't catch all of it. He caught enough. Varian took him along a terrace overlooking a small inner cove, where the sea crept in gently instead of crashing. Rooms opened off the terrace, their doorways hung with beaded curtains that chimed when the wind passed through. Varian stopped before one of the rooms and pushed the beads aside. Within, the space was simple. A low stone platform against one wall with a mattress and thin blankets, a basin carved into the floor with a channel leading in and out, a niche with shelves carved directly from the rock. No tapestries, no excess. "It is not what you are used to," Varian said, "but it is dry and the roof does not leak."
Much. Roran stepped inside, testing the mattress with one hand. It was firm but clean. After waking up on wet sand, he'd have called sleeping on bare rock a luxury. "It's more than I expected," he said honestly. "What did you expect?" Varian asked. "A cell," Roran replied. "Chains, a knife at my throat." "With your strength at the moment," Varian said dryly, "a stiff breeze would do as much as a knife." Roran's mouth twitched. "I'll keep that in mind." Varian's expression didn't change, but some of the sharpened hostility in his posture eased. "We have little use for cells," he said. "Our enemies are usually the kind the sea itself prefers to eat. But do not mistake the lack of bars for freedom." He turned his head slightly, as if listening to something Roran couldn't hear. "The Queen will feel you if you stray past the inner courtyards. The ward will deny you if you try to leave." "I'm not planning to," Roran said. "If what you say about these maerwraiths and storms is true, walking into the sea seems like a poor choice." Varian gave a faint grunt that might have been approval. "Rest. Someone will bring food. Do not attempt to explore alone. This place was shaped for those who can breathe underwater as easily as air. There are paths that end in wells, not doors." Roran pictured stepping through an arch and falling straight into some deep shaft leading to the sea. His stomach tightened. "I'll stay put," he said. Varian lingered a moment longer, studying him. "Why did you survive?" he asked suddenly. "Why you, and not the others?" Roran felt the question like a blow. He thought of Haldan's terrified face, Jorel's steady hands, the helmsman's knuckles white on the wheel, the crew who trusted him to see them through. "I don't know," he said. The words tasted bitter. "But I intend to find out who made that storm and make sure no one else gets swallowed by it." Varian's gaze held his. For the first time, something like kinship flickered there. Two men who had seen too many names carved into stone. "Then, perhaps," Varian said, "you and our queen have more in common than I thought." He slipped out, the beads chiming softly behind him. Left alone, Roran sank onto the edge of the bed. His limbs felt heavy, as if gravity had increased. His chest ached with each breath, but not in the drowning way, more like bruises, deep and persistent. He lay back and stared at the stone ceiling, listening to the ever-present sound of water moving through hidden channels. The sea had a sound for every mood. Here, it sounded like something holding its breath. Sleep caught him before he could decide whether that thought was comforting. Seralyth didn't allow herself to rest until the western ward stopped screaming. By the time the sun angled low toward the horizon, she stood waist-deep in the water off a rocky outcrop on Alyndra's western side. The waves here were rougher, the seabed more treacherous. Dark cracks split the stone beneath the surface, descending into depths even she had not fully explored. Varian floated a short distance away, half-shifted, his body elongated and sleek, tail flicking with controlled strokes. Elphara stood on a nearby rock, staff planted, the shell charms hanging from it rattling softly. Other sirens dotted the water around them, forming a loose circle. Their collective presence hummed faintly in Seralyth's bones, like instruments tuning to the same key. "Begin at the outermost lattice," Elphara said. "We anchor there, then move inward, slow and steady. We mend, no more, no less." Seralyth nodded. The sea ward thrummed weakly around them, its once stable hum warped in places, like a note played on a cracked instrument. She could feel the fissures Elphara had mentioned, places where the barrier thinned to threads. She closed her eyes and sank,
letting the water cover her completely. The world narrowed to cool pressure and the heartbeat thud of waves overhead. When she sang this time, she did so softly. The first notes slipped from her lips and spread outward, joined by the voices of the others. The sound deepened, layered, weaving into a complex harmony that seeped into the ward's structure. She followed the ward's fractures with her awareness. Tiny threads of resonance, her own and that of queens long gone, stretched across the cracks like spider silk. She reinforced them, coaxing them tighter, letting her song give them form. Each mend cost a little more of her, like stitching torn fabric with threads spun from her own hair. She tried not to think about the human sleeping in a borrowed room high above the cliffs, his presence a quiet weight at the back of her mind. The binding between them pulsed faintly, his heartbeat, his breath, his unconscious drift. It was a new sensation, alien and disconcerting. She could have blocked it, built a buffer, but that would have taken more magic, and she had none to spare. "Your mind wanders," Elphara's voice rippled through the lauder, threaded into the song. Seralyth adjusted a chord, tightening a particularly thin patch of ward. "My mind works," she replied. "Those are not always the same thing." "See that it works for Alyndra," Elphara said, "not for one land-bound stranger." Seralyth didn't answer. She poured herself into the next fracture, feeling the barrier solidify under her hands. The farther she pushed, the more resistance she met. Something on the other side of the ward pressed back, testing. A scraping, almost, along the invisible surface, like claws. The song faltered as several voices caught at once. A chill ran down Seralyth's spine. Maerwraiths. She could feel them now, slick, sinuous presences sliding just beyond the ward. They clustered where the barrier thinned, attracted to stress like sharks to blood. Varian's voice cut through the harmony. "They're thicker than this morning." "Then be glad we came now," Elphara said. "Hold, no aggression. They're opportunists, not besiegers. If we give them no crack, they have no feast." Seralyth focused on her own portion of the lattice. The maerwraith nearest her pressed its face against the ward, sensing the shift in the resonance. She felt its hunger like a cold, wet tongue tasting for weakness. She pushed back, firm but not confrontational. The barrier thickened beneath her will. The creature hissed, the sound muffled by magic, and slid sideways toward a thinner seam. "Left flank," Varian warned. Seralyth shifted her focus, humming a counterpoint to redirect the strain. Two of the younger sirens near Varian faltered, their nerves leaking into the song. The maerwraiths sensed it at once, converging like vultures. "Steady," Seralyth said, projecting calm through the harmony. "They are nothing without our fear. They feed on what we give them." Easier said than done. The creatures' bodies were a blur of shadow and slick scales just beyond her sight, but their presence was palpable. They clawed at the ward with sharpened limbs, tested with their teeth. In places where the barrier was weak, their touch burned cold. Seralyth took that cold and used it, letting it sharpen her awareness. Each contact point became a marker. Here is where we must reinforce. Here is where the ward cries. She wove threads of resonance, made of her voice and the chorus around her, through those markers. The ward thickened, layer upon layer, until the maerwraith's claws scraped uselessly against its surface. One by one, the creatures drifted away, bored by the lack of easy entry. Their hunger remained, but their attention shifted to more promising currents. When the last trace of their presence faded, Seralyth let her song soften. Around her, other voices did the same. The web of magic settled into a new, slightly stronger shape. She broke the surface with a gasp. The sky had darkened to twilight, streaked with lingering storm clouds. Her limbs felt leaden. Her chest ached not with drowning, but with the hollowed-out feeling of overused magic.
Elthara stood on the rock, leaning slightly on her staff. Varian's head emerged nearby, water sluicing off his hair. "It will hold," Elthara said, "for a time." "How long?" Seralyth asked, wading toward the rock. "Days? Weeks?" Elthara shrugged one thin shoulder. "Not years, not unless we find the source of this strain and cut it out." "And if we do nothing?" Varian asked.
"Then the next time the maerwraiths find a true crack," Elthara said, "they will not be so easily discouraged." Seralyth hauled herself onto the rock, legs returning just enough to stand. They shook under her. Varian reached out instinctively, then stopped, hand hovering. She ignored both his hesitation and her own pride, and took the offered support. As they made their way back toward the path, Seralyth felt the binding to Roran stir at the edges of her awareness. He was awake now, restless, shifting. She caught a flicker of disorientation, then the steadier line of someone forcing himself to calm. She had not expected to feel any of that. It was intrusive, yet oddly reassuring. A live thread in the weave of Alyndra's decaying tapestry. "You feel him, don't you?" Elthara said quietly as they walked. Seralyth blinked. "I feel the binding." "You feel him," Elthara insisted. "His moods, his presence. The magic you used was not a simple leash. You tied your resonance to a land-bound life." Seralyth didn't reply. Elthara's gaze softened just a fraction. "Be careful, child." Seralyth almost laughed. "I am queen," she said. "I cannot afford carelessness." "That is not what I fear," Elthara said. "I fear you will be careful in all the wrong ways." Roran woke in darkness to the sound of singing. For a moment he thought he was underwater again. The melody vibrated through his bones, low and intricate. Then he realized he was in his small room, the mattress solid beneath him, air in his lungs. The singing wasn't in the room. It was under it, around it, in the walls. He sat up slowly, heart pounding. The room shifted slightly as his vision adjusted. Moonlight filtered in through the doorway, casting thin slashes of silver across stone. The air smelled faintly of salt and something like wild mint. The song continued, distant but clear. It rose and fell in a pattern he couldn't understand, but instinctively leaned toward. His skin prickled. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and rested his elbows on his knees, palms pressed together. Old training kept him from doing anything foolish, like charging blindly toward the source. He'd learned, early in his career, that when encountering the unknown, the first step was observation. People who skipped that tended to die before they could take a second. He listened. The melody wasn't one voice, he realized. It was many, woven together. Some higher, light as spray. Others lower, like waves hitting stone. Occasionally a note threaded through that made his ribs ache, as if someone had plucked a string attached directly to his heart. He recognized that one. Seralyth. He didn't know how he knew, he just did. Perhaps it was the same way he'd known when a commander he'd served under was nearing, without hearing his boots. Some combination of rhythm, presence, intent. As he focused, an odd sensation brushed his awareness. Not quite thought, not quite emotion. A flicker of strain, like a muscle pushed near its limit. He shoved the feeling aside, unsettled. He was not used to sensing anyone's state other than his own without seeing their face. A tiny chime sounded as the bead curtain over his doorway shifted. Roran's hand went automatically to his hip, where his sword should have been. His fingers closed on empty air. "Relax," a voice said softly. "If I wanted you dead, you wouldn't have heard me enter." Roran turned. A young woman stood in the doorway, holding a shallow tray. She could have been in her early 20s, or much older. It was difficult to tell with these people. Her hair was dark and braided back, her skin carrying the same faint sheen as the others. Her eyes, though, were softer, curious rather than wary. "Comforting," he said dryly. "You always greet your guests like that?" "Only the ones who look like they'd jump out the window if I startled them," she said. "I brought food." She crossed the room with easy grace and set the tray on the shelf. A simple meal, flatbread with some kind of herb spread, slices of something that looked like fish but smelled faintly of citrus, a bowl of cut fruit, and a clay cup with steam curling from it. Roran's stomach cramped in sudden, painful hunger. He realized he hadn't eaten since before the storm. It felt like another lifetime. "Thank you," he said, meaning it. "You are welcome," she replied. "I am Lysen. I help keep the courtyards and bring things where they need to go." "Roran Vale," he said, "though I suppose you already knew that." "Everyone knows," Lysen said with a half-smile. "There are not many secrets here, except the ones that matter." She glanced toward the open doorway, as if checking that no one was listening, then dropped her voice slightly. "Is it true? You came in a storm shaped by landfolk magic?" "That's what your queen told me," he said cautiously. "I don't know if I'd call it landfolk magic. Most people I know don't have anything to do with whatever did that." "But some do?" Her eyes widened. "Apparently," he said. "I intend to find out who." Lysen shivered, wrapping her arms around herself briefly. "The sea has felt strange for weeks, like it's irritated. We've had more storms than usual, but they don't behave right. Elthara says something is pulling at old knots that should never be touched." Roran picked up a piece of flatbread. His hand shook slightly. He hoped she didn't notice. "Does that song mean they're fixing it?" he asked, nodding toward the distant harmony. Lysen's expression shifted into one of proud awe. "The ward? Yes. They're mending it. You can feel it too?" "I can hear the singing," he said. "And—" He wasn't sure how to explain the way his chest had tightened when the melody had hit a certain note, or the odd sense of strain that had followed. "And?" Lysen prompted. "Nothing," he said. "Probably a side effect of nearly drowning." She studied him thoughtfully. "Maybe," she said, but she didn't sound convinced. Roran lifted the cup and sniffed. The steam carried a comforting, grassy scent. "It's kelp tea," Lysen said. "Helps with the ache after magic touches you." "I thought I wasn't touched by magic," he said, "other than being dragged out of the sea with it." Lysen tilted her head. "You mean you don't feel it?" "Feel what?" She frowned in concentration, searching for words. "Like the world hums a little louder than it used to. Like you stand next to a waterfall, but inside. That's how my cousin described it anyway, when he first awakened. I've never felt it myself." Roran thought of the way the sea's sound had changed since he woke here, how everything seemed layered, not just wind and water, but something hovering underneath. "Yes," he said, slowly, "something like that." Her eyes widened. "Then you are attuned." He almost laughed. "I'm a soldier, not a minstrel. I don't know the first thing about your magic." "Magic doesn't care what you know," Lysen said. "It cares what you are. If the Queen's power threaded into you, some of it stays. That's how it works with us." He filed that away for later panic. "Is she going to be all right?" he asked, surprising himself with the question. Lysen's expression softened. "Our queen always looks like she carries more than any one person should, but she's still here. That is enough for now." She started for the doorway, then paused. "Captain Vale, yes." "Not everyone here will see you as anything but a threat," Lysen said, "and some will see you as a sign, which might be worse. If you don't want to drown in everyone else's expectations, you should make some of your own." He swallowed a bite of fish. "I'll keep that in mind." She smiled briefly and slipped out, the beads chiming behind her. Roran ate slowly, more out of necessity than patience. His thoughts drifted with the song, still echoing faintly in his bones. He'd grown up inland, near a river that had overflowed its banks every spring. The older villagers told stories of spirits in the water, of drowned warriors marching along the riverbed. He'd stopped believing them once he joined the army and saw how much of the world's cruelty came from human hands, not unseen forces. Yet now, sitting on a cliffside in a palace carved from living rock, listening to a queen sing a barrier back together, he felt very small. He finished the meal and set the tray aside. Sleep came in fits, punctuated by dreams of swirling water and distant, luminous eyes.
When dawn came, he woke to the sound of someone arguing. The council chamber was a hollow in the cliff, open on one side to a sheer drop and the endless sea. Stone benches circled a shallow pool at the center, its surface unnaturally still despite the wind. Carved shells, worn smooth by generations of hands, lined the walls. Seralyth stood at the pool's edge, back straight, one hand resting lightly on a carved stone ledge. Althara sat on one of the benches, staff across her knees. Varian leaned against a pillar near the open side, arms folded. Several other sirens occupied the remaining benches, 3 women and 2 men, each bearing marks of age or rank. Roran recognized the way they arranged themselves, not in tiers like a king's court, but in a circle where no one's back was to the sea. Roran did his best not to look like he was intruding as Varian led him to a place near the entrance. He stood against the wall, hands clasped behind his back, feeling every gaze like a weight. "Cannot pretend this changes nothing," one of the men was saying. His hair was cropped close to his head, his build thick through the shoulders. "You brought a human inside the ward, Seralyth. That has not happened in... He looked to Althara helplessly. "In longer than you have been alive, Devran," Althara said dryly. "We have not needed to count the years because there were no exceptions to count." Devran scowled. "Exactly. The law exists because landfolk have never brought us anything but trouble. Ships that drove their iron teeth into our reefs, nets that strangled our young, hunters who thought our voices were trophies to hang on their walls." "Those days are not these," Seralyth said. "The world beyond our ward is not the same as the one that hurt us then." "You know this how?" another counselor asked, her voice cool. "You have not swum beyond the ward in a generation, Seralyth. None of us have." "You feel the currents," Seralyth said. "You sense the shifts in the resonance. Something has changed. Ignoring it will not make it stop pressing at our door." "And you think a human will explain it?" Devran asked. "He will tell us that his kind has turned kind, that they will leave us alone if we smile nicely?" "He will tell us why his ship sailed into waters the ward should have blurred from their sight," Seralyth said. "He will tell us if others like him have learned to shape storms." Murmurs rippled through the chamber at that. "Conjecture," Devran said dismissively. "We do not know that landfolk magic was behind this." "We know the difference between our resonance and something foreign," Althara said sharply. "I felt the currents twist like rope under strain. It was not natural, and it was not siren work." One of the women, who had been silent until now, leaned forward. Her eyes were a pale, unusual blue, almost colorless. "If landfolk have learned to tug at the sea's threads," she said softly, "we cannot afford ignorance. Every storm that brushes our ward risks widening its cracks." Seralyth inclined her head. "Thank you, Melis. That is my thought as well." "So we question him," Devran said. "Fine. Then we return him to the deep and mend what can be mended." Roran felt a cold knot tighten in his gut. He had expected no promises, but hearing his likely execution discussed like a matter of logistics still chilled. Seralyth's gaze didn't waver. "I am not convinced the answer is so simple." "What then?" Devran snapped. "You mean to keep him? A pet soldier? What is that landfolk word? Spy?" "A perspective," Seralyth said. "An anchor. Someone who understands how his world has changed while ours hid.
We cannot pretend Alyndra exists in a vacuum forever. The sea connects all lands. If tides beyond ours are shifting, they will reach us whether we prepare or not. And we are to trust that preparation to the first human you pull from a wreck? The cool-voiced counselor asked. No, Seralyth said. You are to trust it to me. Silence fell. She let it sit. She rarely played the full weight of her crown, preferring to weave consensus. But some decisions could not be shared. The responsibility for Roran's life was hers alone. When she spoke again, her voice was softer but no less firm. I have bound him, she said. If he steps beyond the bounds I set, I will know. If he attempts to flee, the ward will deny him. I am not asking you to embrace him. I am asking you to accept that he is here and cannot be easily undone without weakening what is left of my magic further. Elthara's eyes narrowed. Explain. To kill him now, Seralyth said, would mean unraveling the binding I wove to keep him anchored when I pulled him from the Maws pull. Magic does not simply vanish. It would have to be reclaimed, teased out of him like threads from cloth. That process would not give us all the resonance back. It would leave scars in both him and the ward. You did not mention that earlier, Elthara said sharply. I did not have the strength to say everything earlier, Seralyth said, meeting her gaze. I barely had the strength to stand. Roran watched them, trying to piece together the unspoken parts. Magic here seemed to behave like something living, with habits and inertia. You couldn't simply cut a rope and expect both ends to be neat. We have already paid for his life, Seralyth continued. Throwing that life away now would not fill our coffers. It would only spill more of what we cannot spare. Some of the counselors shifted at that, discomfort rubbing against practicality. Melis spoke again. If he is bound to you, he is also a risk, she said. If someone outside the ward tugs at him. Seralyth's stomach tightened.
She had considered that in the quiet hours between exhaustion and sleep. She spoke the truth anyway. Then they tug at me, she said, but they would not reach the ward directly. The binding is personal, not structural. I will bear that risk, not Alyndra. Devrin's lips thinned. You offer yourself up easily. Seralyth smiled, though there was little humor in it. You mistake acceptance of consequence for eagerness to bleed. Elthara tapped her staff once, the little shells clicking. Enough, she said. We could argue circles around this until the maerwraiths nest in our wells. The Queen has made her choice. We can either support it and mitigate the dangers, or we can waste time wishing she had chosen differently. Devrin bristled. You side with her in this? I side with the reality that we cannot unspill water back into a jug, Elthara said. He exists. He breathes. He knows enough already that killing him would be more about salving fear than solving problems. I have no patience for fear masquerading as wisdom. Seralyth's shoulders eased a fraction. Gratitude flickered in her eyes, quickly masked. Elthara pointed her staff at Roran. Step forward, human. Roran straightened. Varian gave a small nod, and Roran walked toward the pool, stopping at a respectful distance. You understand we did not invite you here, Elthara said. Your presence complicates old balances. If we permit you to live, it will not be as a guest with free run of Alyndra, but as someone who has work to do. Roran met her gaze. I've spent my life following orders, he said. I can live with that. What is it you did before? Melis asked, curious, beyond carrying titles. I commanded a company of soldiers, Roran said. We patrolled coastlines, protected ports, escorted ships through dangerous waters. At least that was the theory. In practice, we put ourselves between trouble and the people who couldn't fight it. Did you ever start trouble? Devrin asked. Sometimes standing between means moving first, Roran said. I try not to confuse aggression with boldness, but I won't pretend my hands are clean.
That answers more than you meant it to, Althara murmured. Seralyth studied him. Through the binding, she felt no falsehood in his words, just the heavy, worn acceptance of a man who knew exactly what he'd done and had stopped making excuses for it. Very well, she said. You wish to stand between trouble and those who cannot fight it? Consider this your new assignment. His brows rose. You want me to... what, exactly? Join your guard? Hardly, Varian said. You cannot breathe underwater. You would be a liability below the surface. I want you to help us understand how your world has changed. What powers could twist a storm as you experienced? What motives might drive them toward waters like ours? Roran exhaled slowly. I don't know who did it, he said, but I know where such things might originate. We've had more hedge priests and charm sellers near the coast these last years, people claiming they can change weather or bless fishing grounds. Most are liars. Some aren't. Trouble follows both. And are these charm sellers organized? Melis asked. A council? A guild? Some are, Roran said. There are cults to sea spirits, old orders that study forgotten arts. My king has advisors who keep an eye on such things. I've escorted one of them before. If someone has found a way to leash storms, they'll have left traces, but I can't look for those from here. A brief, awkward silence followed. Roran realized he'd been talking as if he could return to his old life, file a report, pick up the next assignment. You will not be leaving Alyndra, Seralyth said quietly. Not for some time, perhaps not ever. Roran met her eyes. Behind the calm, he saw the regret she didn't bother to hide. It was easier to swallow a bitter pill when the one handing it over acknowledged its taste. Then my usefulness is limited, he said. Not entirely, she replied. Our knowledge of the mainland is old. Your knowledge is not. We cannot send scouts. We can, however, question the one Masi has deposited at our feet. And in the meantime, Devrin asked, we feed him, clothe him, and hope he doesn't poison our wells? Roran resisted the urge to roll his eyes. You'll want to show me your wells first. That would speed the poisoning. Varian's mouth twitched. Only slightly, but it was there. So was Seralyth's brief, smothered smile. We will watch him, Varian said. We will not hand him secrets, but we will also not pretend he can unlearn what he has already seen. Althara planted her staff again. Then it is decided, she said. The human lives, for now. He advises where he can. He is bound to the Queen's will. If this gamble costs us more than it brings, we revisit the matter. Roran felt the weight of all their gazes again. He inclined his head, choosing his words carefully. I can't promise to be everything you hope, he said, but I can promise I won't sit idle while storms like that one keep brewing. If someone is using the sea as a weapon, that's as much my war as yours. Seralyth held his gaze. Through the binding, she tasted the truth in his resolve. It had the same flavor as when he'd clung stubbornly to life in the currents, a refusal to yield because yielding meant others, somewhere, might pay for his failure. We will hold you to that, Captain Vale, she said. In the days that followed, Alyndra began to arrange itself around the strange new constant of a human moving through its heart. Roran learned quickly that survival here meant accepting two realities at once, that he was always being watched, and that not all watching eyes wanted him gone. He started each morning on the small terrace outside his room, stretching stiff muscles under the gray-pink light of dawn. The sea below reflected the sky in fragments. Sometimes, between sets of push-ups, he caught flashes of movement beneath the surface. Tails, glimmering scales, eyes that blinked up at him before vanishing. Lysanne appeared often, under the pretense of sweeping or delivering messages. She asked him endless questions about the mainland, what cities smelled like, how far the road stretched. Whether it was true that landfolk could build fires that lasted all night without using driftwood? He answered what he could, omitting troop counts and strategic positions, old habits. In return, she explained small things about Alyndra, which pools were for ritual and which for bathing, why some corridors echoed with water and others didn't, how the palace shifts slightly with the tides, built to flex rather than crack. He appreciated the information. He appreciated even more the way she treated him like a person instead of a problem. Varian remained his shadow whenever he left the inner courtyards. The guardian rarely spoke unless spoken to, but when Roran asked about the maerwraiths or the ward, he answered with clear, concise detail. "Think of the ward as skin," Varian said once, as they walked along the outer terrace, where thin windows opened onto dizzying drops. "It keeps what is inside in and what is outside out. Maerwraiths are like infection. They will push at any wound. If we ignore it, it festers." "I prefer my battles above the waterline," Roran admitted. "Flesh, I understand. Invisible barriers that sing when they crack are still new." "You are attuned now," Varian said. "You will come to feel it more clearly." He did. At first, the hum of the ward was a background presence, like distant thunder. Then he began to notice when it changed. A faint tightening in his chest when he stepped near certain archways. A prickle along his skin when the wind shifted. Seralyth noticed too. They crossed paths often, sometimes by design, sometimes by the inevitability of living atop the same cliff. Each meeting felt like testing a rope's strength, seeing how much weight it could bear. One late afternoon, she found him in a side courtyard where a small training ring had been carved into the stone. Varian stood opposite him, holding a staff fashioned from some pale, sea-worn wood. "You favor your left when you tire," Varian had just said. "Anyone watching long enough will see it." "I try not to let fights last that long," Roran replied, breathing hard. "Not always your choice." Varian stepped in, tapped Roran's ankle with the staff, not hard enough to injure, but hard enough to knock him off balance.
Again. Roran reset his stance, sweat dampening his shirt. The sea breeze cooled it quickly, raising goosebumps along his arms. He saw Seralyth watching from the archway, but didn't let his gaze linger. Distraction got men killed. Varian lunged. Roran parried, the unfamiliar weight of the staff awkward in his hands. He'd always preferred a sword and shield, the honest heft of steel. But Alyndra had no smiths, and Varian had insisted that learning their weapons would teach him their rhythms. "You lead with your shoulders," Varian said. "Shows your intent." "Can't hide much with you staring," Roran grunted, twisting to deflect another blow. "You see all the flaws." "Good," Varian said. "Better I see them than someone who means to exploit them." Roran's arm trembled on the next block. Varian spotted it and pressed. Roran yielded ground, boots scuffing on stone. His chest burned. The humming under his skin, resonance he supposed, seemed to pulse with his heartbeat. It blurred for a moment with Varian's rhythm, then Seralyth's quieter pulse at the edge of his awareness. The world felt strangely layered. "Enough," Seralyth said suddenly. Both men froze. Varian's staff hovered an inch from Roran's collarbone. Roran stepped back, lowering his weapon. Varian straightened, inclining his head toward the queen. "He improves." "And you will improve him if he is not collapsed on the floor," she said. "His body is still recovering. Overstrain could tangle the magic in his chest." Roran rolled his shoulder, feeling the deep ache in his lungs. "I'm fine," he said. "That is not your decision," she replied. He bristled. "With respect, Your Majesty, I know my limits." "And I know my magic," she said. "You are stitched together with more of it than any other landfolk has carried in centuries. If those stitches tear, I will feel it before you do." The reminder cooled his temper. He hadn't asked to be someone's patchwork project, but he couldn't ignore the truth. "Yes, Your Majesty," he said, forcing his shoulders to relax. Her gaze softened slightly. "Rest," she said. "The world will wait an hour for you to regain your breath." Varian smirked faintly. "Consider it an order from your commanding queen."
Roran huffed. "You both enjoy this too much." He set the staff aside and moved to the edge of the ring, sinking onto the low stone lip. His legs wobbled. Seralyth stepped closer, studying him as one might study a new map. "You push through pain," she observed, "even when it serves no purpose." "It serves the purpose of being ready when pain matters," he said. "There's no honor in collapsing because the first hit your opponent lands is the hardest you've ever taken. Or in collapsing because you rehearsed your collapse in private," she countered. He blinked at that, then chuckled quietly. "Fair point." She looked out over the sea instead of at him. The sun hung low, casting a wide path of molten gold across the water. The ward's hum felt steadier today, but Seralyth still sensed the fine cracks beneath the surface. "Do you miss it?" she asked suddenly. Roran followed her gaze. "The mainland?" "Yes." He thought of crowded markets, the smell of baked bread and horse sweat, of his barracks, the camaraderie over cheap ale, of the river he'd grown up near, smaller than this sea, but just as persistent. "I miss knowing the shape of my world," he said slowly. "Here, everything feels like it's hiding something." "That is the point of a hidden island," he said. "It's more than the island," he said. "You, your people, the way you talk around things. I've been in courts before. I know politics when I see it. But this feels sharper." She didn't argue. "We have fewer pieces on our board," she said. "Every one matters. We cannot afford careless sacrifices." "And you think I might be a sacrifice?" he said. "I think you might be many things," she said. "A danger, a resource, a distraction." He snorted, flattering. "And a mirror," she added quietly. He frowned. "What do I reflect?" "The world beyond our ward," she said. "One I have not touched in far too long. When I look at you, I see how much I do not know." He studied her profile. The wind pulled a strand of hair across her cheek. She didn't seem to notice. "You could go," he said, "beyond the ward. See it for yourself." "Could," she said. "But if I did, the ward would thin further. The maerwraiths would press harder. My people would be undefended. A queen does not abandon her post because she is curious." He heard the longing under the doctrine. He recognized it. He'd felt something similar whenever his unit marched past roads leading towards places he'd never see. "Then ask," he said. "If I'm your mirror, look. I'll tell you what I can. Cities, ships, how people talk now, what they fear. It won't be the same as being there, but it's better than guessing." Her eyes met his. For a moment, the queen's mask slipped, and he saw a woman his age, tired and fiercely, painfully hungry, for knowledge, for connection, for something beyond the same stone corridors. "Very well," she said. "Tell me about your river." He blanked. "My river?" "You mentioned it, the day you woke," she said. "The last shore you thought of before the sea took you. Start there. Worlds are built from small waters as well as vast." So he told her. He spoke of muddy banks in spring floods, of fishing with hands numb from cold, of learning how to tell when the river would rise just by the smell of the air. She asked questions, not about troop movements or fortresses, but about how markets set prices for fish, how long it took a piece of news to travel from one village to another, what songs people sang when they worked. In turn, she told him small things about Alyndra, how children were first brought to the ward's edge to learn its feel, the way certain fish returned every year without fail, the old games played in the shallow tide pools at low tide. Nothing vital, nothing a spy could use for invasion, but each detail stitched a thin thread between them. As the sun slipped lower, coloring her profile in gold and shadow, he realized he'd almost forgotten to be wary. Almost. A distant shudder ran through the stone beneath them. Seralyth straightened at once. The ward's hum wavered. Roran felt it too, a sudden sour note in the background song he'd been growing used to. His heartbeat sped. "What was that?" he asked. Seralyth's gaze snapped toward the horizon. "Trouble." Varian appeared in the archway, eyes sharp. "Northwestern reef," he said without preamble. The guards felt it. Something pushed there, hard. "Maerwraiths?" Seralyth asked. "Not just them," Varian replied. "Something larger behind them. The currents bucked." Roran stood, fatigue forgotten. "What can I do?" "Stay here," Seralyth said. "This is below the surface. You would be useless." His jaw tightened. "I don't like being useless." "Then perhaps consider that if something breaches the ward, I may need someone on land who knows how to hold a line," she said. "Varian, with me." She turned away, already half-shifting as she headed for the nearest submerged stair. "Seralyth," Roran said. She paused and glanced back. "Come back," he said. It slipped out before he could shape it into something less raw. Something flickered in her eyes. Through the binding, he felt a strange echo, surprise, and a warmth that startled him. "I intend to," she said. Then she was gone, a streak of motion and sea spray. Roran stood on the terrace, fists clenched, as the ward's hum pitched higher. It sang of friction and resistance, of claws scraping against a barrier that didn't want to yield. He could do nothing but listen. He hated it. The humming swelled, then steadied. Minutes stretched. His muscles remained tense, ready for an impact he couldn't see. Finally, the ward's song eased, returning to its earlier, strained equilibrium. Roran exhaled slowly. Only then did he realize he'd been holding his breath. When Seralyth returned some time later, her steps were heavier than they'd been before. Water dripped from the hem of her gown. Her hair clung in damp waves to her cheeks. There was a smear of something dark along one arm that wasn't her blood. "What happened?" he asked. "Maerwraiths testing again," she said, "and something behind them. A surge in the currents, like a hand pushing them against the ward." "Like whoever twisted that storm," Roran said. "Yes." Her voice was flat. "Did you see anything?" he asked. "Not clearly," she said, "but there was a shadow, deep, far beyond where we can safely go. It withdrew when we pushed back, but not in fear. More like—" She searched for the word. "Curiosity," she finished, "as if it were watching to see how we would respond." He thought of generals he'd served under, moving pieces on a board, probing defenses, looking for weak spots. "Then it will be back," he said. "Yes," she said quietly, "it will." Their eyes met. Between them, the binding pulsed, a subtle beat, like the promise of a drum before a march. Neither of them said it aloud, but both understood. Storms and maerwraiths were not random tides. Someone had noticed Alyndra's fading ward, and both of their worlds, for better or worse, would be caught in the pull. The first time Roran tried to leave Alyndra, he made it 3 steps past the last arch. He hadn't meant it as an escape. Dawn light spilled over the outer terrace, painting the stone in pink gold. The sea below looked deceptively calm, the ward's distant hum a low, steady thrum at the back of his skull. Varian had gone to relieve a night patrol. Seralyth was still somewhere below, checking the southern currents. Roran stood at the very edge of the terrace, hands resting lightly on the carved balustrade. The wind tugged at his hair. Down below, waves braided white against the cliff. He took a breath, turned, and walked toward the narrow passageway that sloped down toward the hidden inlet where he had first awakened. Lysen had told him, in one of her rambling explanations, that the inlet opened directly onto the narrow channel leading out beyond the reef. A carved stair led down to a rock shelf where skiffs sometimes tied up. "I'm not going to swim for it," he muttered to himself, as his boots carried him along the dim passage. "Even if I could, I just want to know. Know what the ward felt like. Know if the binding truly held.
know in some raw, stubborn part of him whether his life still had edges beyond this island. The stair spiraled down through the rock, damp and cool. At the bottom, the inlet spread before him, narrow, stone walls rising steeply on either side. The water within, calmer than the open sea, but still moving with a quiet, insistent pull. The rock shelf jutted out a short way, wet and slippery. Roran stepped onto it, cautious. The last of the storm-scattered debris had long since been cleared. Only a few stray bits of driftwood bobbed in the shallows. He stared at the gap between the walls, where the channel narrowed before opening into the greater ocean. From here, he could see the faintest shimmer in the air. Not visible exactly, but suggested, like heat above a road. The ward.
His heart beat faster. He stepped forward, one boot heel hovering over the water's edge. Through the binding, something stirred. A faint awareness, like a hand brushing his shoulder. Roran set his jaw and took a deliberate step along the shelf toward the channel's mouth. The air thickened. It was subtle at first, a sense of walking into a breeze. Then it strengthened. The space ahead of him became syrupy, resistant. The hum in his bones sharpened, rising in pitch. He took one more step and hit something that wasn't there. His body stopped as if he'd slammed chest first into a wall. His teeth clicked together. The breath punched out of him. He reached out instinctively. His fingers met nothing but empty air, yet his skin tingled, hairs rising as if touched by static. The ward didn't feel like stone or glass. It felt like pressure, like the heavy weight of deep water, but horizontal, cutting across his path. Roran pushed. The ward pushed back. Not violently. There was no sense of anger, just firm refusal, unyielding and impersonal. His muscles strained. The attunement in his chest flared in protest. The pressure built behind his eyes until they watered. Enough! Seralyth's voice cut across the inlet, cool and sharp. Roran sagged back, stumbling a step away. The pressure vanished, though the faint tingling along his skin remained for a moment, like the ghost of a bruise. He turned. She stood a short distance up the stair, once more in her sea-blue gown rather than scales. Her hair was damp, curling slightly, as if she'd only just come from the water. The shell circlet at her throat glimmered faintly. "How long were you watching?" he asked, breathing hard. "Long enough," she said. "I felt the binding strain. You tried to cross the ward." "I tried to touch it," he said. "There's a difference." "In intent, perhaps," she said, "not in effect." She descended the last few steps, stopping beside him on the shelf. "Did you think I lied when I said you could not leave?" "No," he said. "I wanted to know what couldn't feels like." "And now you do," she said. "Satisfied?" He looked back at the invisible barrier. Not exactly. Through the binding, she felt his frustration, not at her, not entirely, but at the sheer fact of walls, visible or not. "You have duties you can no longer fulfill," she said quietly. "A king who may count you among the dead, men whose names you carry with you. I understand why that chafes." "You understand it," he said. "You don't live it." Her jaw tightened. "You think I do not know what it is to be bound?" He opened his mouth, then stopped. He thought of the ward, of the maerwraiths, of the countless invisible threads she tended every day, just to keep Alyndra from being swallowed. "I suppose you do," he said. She stepped forward until she stood where he had been moments before, toes nearly at the edge. The air ahead shimmered faintly around her, as if recognizing an old friend. "The ward is layered," she said. "Shells upon shells. Old songs sealed into the stone and sea. My voice only maintains it. There are pieces here that have nothing to do with me, and everything to do with those who sang before. Sometimes it feels less like a shield and more like a cage, for all of us." Roran watched her profile. "Why not open it?" he asked. Just a little. Let your people see the world you're protecting them from." "Because every opening is a weakness," she said, "and something is already pressing against the cracks we can't avoid. Until we understand what reaches for us, I will not give it doors to walk through." He couldn't argue with that. "Do your people know you used pieces of the ward to stitch me together?" he asked. Her fingers tightened briefly. "They know enough. They know that killing you now would send those threads snapping back in ways I cannot predict." "That's not what I asked," he said gently. She glanced at him, eyes narrowed. "You are too perceptive for your own safety." "I've been told that," he said, "usually right before someone tried to hit me." "No one will hit you yet," she said dryly. Her expression sobered. "The truth, then. Most of them do not understand how much it cost. Elthara does. Varian suspects. The others see that I am weaker and blame you for existing, because that is easier than blaming the sea for being stingy with its gifts." "And you?" he asked. "I blame myself for overreaching," she said. "And the one who twisted the storm that put you in my path." Her gaze turned seaward again, sharp. "Whoever is doing this," she said, "they are not merely stirring storms and poking at the ward to amuse themselves. The patterns are too precise. The pulls too focused. They are testing the edges of something they cannot see." "The ward," Roran said. "And by extension, me," she said. "The queen is the heart of the resonance here. Break one, you weaken the other." The attunement in his chest thrummed, a low, uneasy chord. He wondered, not for the first time, how much of her strain he carried now, invisible and unasked for. He swallowed. "Then we stop them." She gave him a look that, in another life, might have fallen on an eager young soldier volunteering for the most dangerous task. "Stop them," she repeated, spoken like a man used to fighting enemies with faces. "Magic doesn't cast itself," he said. "Someone out there is doing this. Someone made that storm. Someone's pushing those creatures against your ward. They're not a tide. They can be tracked." "How?" she asked. "We cannot send scouts. Our strength barely covers our borders." "You cannot leave. I will not." He studied the water. Small ripples lapped at the rock. Somewhere below, the channel floor dropped away into depths he could not imagine. "If they're using magic to twist the sea," he said slowly, "they need an anchor, a place to work from. People like that, tide-seers, hedge priests, call them what you like, they favor certain things. Tall promontories, old shrines, places where the natural currents already converge. You know those places in your waters." She considered that. "There are nodes," she said, "points where the resonance flows more strongly. We use some of them for rituals. Others have been left alone for generations, too volatile or too deep. If someone's meddling, they'd be drawn to the same points," Roran said, "different side of the same coin." "We would have felt them," she said. "Siren sense such disturbances." "Unless they're just beyond your reach," he said. "Just outside the ward, where your senses thin." Her lips pressed together. Reluctantly she nodded. "There are gaps," she admitted, "places where the old songs never settled properly." "Then that's where they'll be," he said. "Or near enough to touch them." She gave him a thoughtful look. "And how do you propose we investigate these places from within a closed ward?" "We don't," he said. "You do." Her brow arched. "You just heard me say, not by going there in person," he said, "but by extending what you already have. Whoever's doing this is tugging at your threads from beyond. Maybe it's time you tug back." She stared at him for a beat, then huffed a breath that might have been a laugh. "You talk of magic as if it were rope." "In my experience," he said,
Everything people do is rope and knots. Magic, politics, war. It's all someone pulling something through someone else. The corner of her mouth twitched. An inelegant metaphor, but not entirely wrong. He spread his hands. I leave elegance to you. I'm here for knots. She studied the shimmer of the ward. We might be able to trace the anchor points of their storms, she said slowly. Elphara has a map of the old resonance wells. If we overlay the sites of recent disturbances, Roran felt a spark of something he hadn't in days. Purpose, solid and familiar as a sword hilt. Then we start there, he said. You bring your maps, I bring what I know of how my people shape the world. Between us, we find whoever's using the sea like a weapon. And then, she asked quietly, he hesitated. Then, depending on who they are, we talk, or we fight, or both. But at least we'll be facing someone, not just waves. Her eyes met his. Through the binding, she felt the steady, stubborn weight of his conviction. You really cannot bear doing nothing, she said. No, he said simply.
Can you? Silence stretched, filled with the distant hiss of surf and the quiet, enormous heartbeat of the sea. No, she said at last. Elphara did not like the plan. You want to use the very cracks they have been testing as our windows? She demanded, standing over the central pool in the council chamber, staff tapping against the stone. That is how boats become wrecks, Seralyth. They lean too close to the rocks to see what has already scraped them. We do not have the luxury of distance, Seralyth said. If we wait for them to make the next move, they will choose the battlefield. Better it be one we know, Roran said from his position near the wall. Elphara skewered him with a look. You are very free with your opinions for someone whose first acquaintance with our world was nearly dying in it. I learn quickly, he said. That is not always a virtue, she muttered. Still, she did not refuse outright. When Seralyth spread a roll of sea-treated parchment on the carved stone beside the pool, Elphara came to look. The map was unlike any Roran had seen. It did not show coastlines or ports. It showed currents, whorls and loops, and long sweeping lines traced in blue and silver ink. Tiny shell icons marked certain points, each with a slightly different shape. These are the resonance wells, Seralyth said, tapping several clusters of shells, places where magic pools more densely. We used them often when our numbers were greater. And these? Roran asked, pointing to symbols that resembled spirals. Deep maws, Elphara said. Places like the one that nearly claimed you. Stay clear of them. I intend to, he said. Seralyth picked up small pieces of dark glass, placing them one by one on the map. These mark where the ward has been stressed most recently, she said. Western Reef, Northern Shoals, the last storm's heart. There's a pattern, Roran said immediately. See, this curve here and here. He traced an invisible line that connected several of the glass pieces. Seralyth's throat tightened. He was right. The points formed a rough arc around Alyndra, a crescent of pressure, as if something were circling just beyond their ward. Someone is walking the edge, Varian said grimly. And here, Roran said, pointing to a place where one resonance well icon sat just outside the circle of the ward, near several of the stressed points. What's this? Elphara frowned. The Querulous Spire, she said. An old node, dangerous to approach. The currents around it twist. No one has gone there in generations. Why? Roran asked. Besides the twisting. Because the last queen who did burned herself nearly empty, anchoring its energy, Elphara said.
We decided our curiosity did not justify such cost. Seralyth remembered the story, her grandmother's face pale, voice thin, telling of swirling eddies and the way the resonance had roared through her veins, almost too much to bear. The Querulous Spire was a place of raw magic, unshaped and indifferent. If someone wanted to amplify their ability to twist storms, Roran said slowly, They might choose a place where the sea's power already roars. Elthara's mouth thinned. You think they've built a nest there? I think it's worth considering, he said. If they stand on that spire with whatever tricks they've learned, they'd have leverage over the currents for leagues. And a vantage point from which to study our ward, Varian added. Seralyth stared at the symbol. The careless spire lay beyond their ward's reach, outside the shell of protection and prison both. To touch it from here would require delicate magic. To go to it physically would be reckless. Elthara, she said quietly, you once told me that raw resonance can carry echoes, imprints. If someone works a great ritual at such a place, traces linger. They do, Elthara said, but only for so long, and only if someone knows how to listen without being swept away. I do, Seralyth said. Elthara's eyes widened. Seralyth? I won't go there, Seralyth said. I will reach from here. We extend a strand, not our whole selves. Extend it how? Devrin asked skeptically. Through the binding, Seralyth said. The room went still. Elthara was right, she continued before the elder could speak. The magic I used on Captain Vale did more than heal. It attuned him to our resonance. He is a listening post of sorts, a piece of our network that stands closer to the surface where their storms manifest. You want to use him as an antenna? Melis asked, intrigued. Roran's jaw tightened. Prefer bridge, he said. If you stand at one end of a bridge, Seralyth said, eyes on Elthara, and I at the other, perhaps we can hear what passes beneath without stepping into the river ourselves. Elthara's fingers tapped her staff, thinking. It is risky. So is doing nothing, Seralyth said. We are running out of risks that are not. Roran cleared his throat. What does this bridging involve? He asked. I'd appreciate knowing what part of me might be on fire. No fire, Seralyth said, but you will need to stand at a node. Somewhere the ward thins enough for outside currents to brush close. We have several points where stone channels focus the resonance. And then, he pressed, and then I will use the binding between us to extend your perception. You will act as my eyes and ears at that point. I will be with you, but remotely. The two of us will try to feel for echoes of recent workings along the arc of those disturbances. Will it hurt? He asked. Yes, Elthara said bluntly. Seralyth shot her a look. It will not be comfortable, she amended. Resonance is not designed to flow through human bodies. It already strains your system, but I will not allow it to burn you. And if something on the other end notices, Varian asked, if they sense us listening? Then we will know they can feel as well as push, Seralyth said. Better to learn that now than when they hammer hard enough to break through. Roran watched her. Through the binding he felt a thread of worry, about him, about the ward, about the intolerable balance she walked every day. I will do it, he said. Think before you agree, Elthara said sharply. You are already more tangled in our magic than is healthy. I have thought, he said. I almost died in a storm I didn't choose. I watched my men go under. If sticking my head into the currents lets us find who did that, I'm willing to get wet. You always talk in rivers, Lysen murmured from where she stood listening in the doorway. It's almost charming. Roran gave her a brief, wry look. It's what I know. Seralyth nodded slowly. Very well, she said. We prepare at dusk. The node at the sea glass arch is closest to where the last storm brushed. We will use that. Elthara sighed, ancient and resigned. Of course we will, she muttered. Why sleep when we can dangle our souls over an abyss? The sea glass arch was more hole than arch, a natural opening high in the cliff where stone had eroded away, leaving a jagged oval window overlooking the sea. The path leading to it clung to the rock like a stubborn vine.
Roran followed Seralyth and Varian along it, the drop yawning beneath. Wind tore at his clothes. The ward's hum vibrated more strongly here, a higher, keening note overlaying the usual bass. "Does it always sound like that?" he asked, raising his voice over the wind. "Only where the currents focus," Seralyth said. "The resonance is thinner and stronger here at once, like a rope pulled tight." He thought again of knots. "Takes less tug to fray a taut rope," he said. "Which is why we watch this place," Varian said grimly. The opening itself was a rough-edged oval large enough for several people to stand within. Sea-worn glass embedded in the stone caught the waning light, glimmering green and blue. Beyond, the ocean stretched, restless and gray, the horizon a blurred line. Seralyth moved to the very center of the arch, where the rock underfoot smoothed unnaturally. Old residue of rituals, Roran guessed. She turned to face him. "Stand here," she said, indicating a circle carved into the stone a few steps back from the lip. "Do not move outside it unless I tell you." He eyed the drop beyond. "You don't have to worry about that." Elthara and Melis had come as well. The elder set her staff against the stone, its shells chiming faintly. Melis carried a shallow bowl filled with clear water, which she placed at the arch's base. "The bowl will help align what you see," Melis said quietly. "Reflections are easier to work with than raw air." "Comforting," Roran muttered. Seralyth took a slow breath. The wind tugged at her hair. Her face, in the dimming light, looked carved in deeper lines than he'd seen before. "This will not be like the storm," she said. "You will not be drowning. You will be listening. The magic will pass through you, not crush you." "Good," he said. "I've had my fill of crushing." She stepped closer. "I need you to trust me," she said softly. "When I say pull back, you pull. Even if curiosity tempts you. Even if you think you can take more." He met her eyes. "And I need you to trust that I won't break just because it stings." Her mouth quirked. "Always bargaining. Always hedging bets," he corrected. "That's how you live longer than your enemies think you should." Her gaze softened. Through the binding, she let a sliver of warmth through. "Very well," she murmured. "We will both be stubborn then. But for now, let our stubbornness pull in the same direction." She raised her hands, palms outward, fingers spread. The shell circlet at her throat brightened. "Close your eyes," she said. "Breathe with the waves." Roran obeyed. The wind roared around them, but beneath it he could hear the rhythmic crash and hiss of surf far below. He matched his breath to that pattern. Inhale as water swelled, exhale as it broke. "Good," her voice came, low and even. "Now, feel for the hum under your skin. Do not chase it, let it come to you." He focused inward. The attunement had become a familiar presence over the last days, like a second heartbeat, pulsing in time with the ward. Now, with Seralyth's voice guiding him, it flared brighter. "You stand at the edge of the ward," she said. "You are a branch extending from its trunk. Let your awareness stretch along that branch, not far, just enough to brush the wind beyond." The hum intensified. Roran's chest felt tight, but not painfully so. The air seemed to thicken, carrying a tremor he'd never have noticed before attunement. It was as if the space just beyond the arch vibrated at a slightly different pitch. He reached for it, not with hands, but with something more nebulous. Awareness, intention. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the world tilted. The sensation was not physical. His body still stood on stone, but his mind slipped. He felt himself leaning out past the edge of the arch, over the drop, over the waves, over the invisible dome of the ward. His stomach swooped, though he hadn't moved. "Easy," Seralyth's voice murmured, closer now, in his mind as much as his ears. "You are not falling. You are brushing the surface." He clung to her voice like a rope. The hum of the ward was louder out here, higher, keening, stretched. He sensed thin points along its curve, places where it shivered under the memory of recent impacts. "Follow the echo of the last storm," Seralyth said. "The one that took your ship. You remember its feel." He did. The sucking pull, the spiral's unnatural center. He let that memory color his awareness, searching for similar threads in the surrounding resonance. Faint at first, then stronger. "There," he whispered. "North by, a little east. Feels like a bruise." "I feel it," Seralyth replied, voice a low note threading through his. "Follow it outward, slowly." He traced the bruise along the ward's curve. It led him farther from the arch, farther from Alyndra. The sensation of distance was abstract but unmistakable. At the periphery of his awareness, something glowed, bright and wild, like lightning frozen mid-strike. "The spire," Seralyth breathed. Roran looked. The careless spire wasn't a tower, not as he'd imagined. It was a column of twisted current, a vertical whirl where water spiraled up from the deep in a constant, shimmering column. Rock thrust up from beneath, dark and jagged, but the true shape was in the motion around it, a vortex of resonance. Old workings lingered there. He tasted them like faint flavors, sacrifices of power, songs woven to stabilize, desperate attempts to anchor something that wanted to roar free. Layered atop those old echoes was something new. Fresh lines of magic crawled along the spire's surface like invasive vines, sharp, angular, wrong. Where Siren resonance flowed smoothly, these lines jerked and kinked, forced into place rather than grown. He followed one of those lines up, toward the surface. It led to a small platform of rock that jutted from the spire's side just above the waterline, barely large enough for one person to stand comfortably. Yet someone had made use of every inch. He saw them, not with eyes, with the strange blended sense of his attunement and Seralyth's guidance, yet the impression was sharp enough to feel real. A man stood on the platform, feet planted, arms raised. Lines of crude sigils had been carved into the rock around him, filled with something that caught and held light like oil. Charms, bones, shells, bits of metal hung from cords strung between jagged outcroppings, clacking and chiming with the wind. His hair was dark, whipped wild by the gusts. His skin had the pallor of someone who spent too much time under clouds. His eyes were wrong. Not in color, in depth. They were fixed on the horizon with a focus that seemed to reach beyond what Roran could sense. A gaze perpetually on something far away. He moved his hands in deliberate, twisting patterns. With each motion, the magic vines along the spire pulsed. "That's him," Roran said, pulse thudding. "Whoever's doing this, he's standing on your spire." "I see him," Seralyth said. Her voice had gone flat, cold. "He is not one of us." Roran sensed her probing outward, testing the edges of the man's working. The magic he wielded tasted bitter, metallic. It grated against the resonance. "I don't recognize the shape of his craft," she murmured. "It's not siren work, not tide priest. Something between. Crude, but adaptive." "Can he feel us?" Roran asked, chilled. "Not yet," she said. "We are watching along existing echoes. But if we push too deep..." The man's head turned. Roran flinched. It felt as if those distant eyes snapped straight to where his awareness hovered, across ocean and ward and invisible strands. "Seralyth," he said tightly. "I know," she replied. "Pull back, slowly." He tried. The binding resisted, stretched thin. The man on the spire smiled, a thin, humorless curve. He spoke. Roran didn't hear words in any tongue he knew. He heard shapes, intentions, vibrations. Something in the sound hooked into the resonance itself, sending ripples along the strands. The image shuddered. For a horrible heartbeat, Roran felt as if he were dangling over the spire physically, the winds tearing at him, the raw power threatening to tear him apart.
Seralyth's presence slammed against his, wrapping him in a shield of her own magic. It dulled the impact, but she grunted in pain. "Back," she hissed. He pushed. Together, they yanked their awareness along the branch of the binding, back toward the safe weight of stone and seawall. The man's voice followed, threads of sound clinging like kelp. One line in particular cut through. "Found you," it whispered, in a language Roran understood all too well. They snapped back. Roran staggered, stumbling out of the carved circle. His knees hit stone. The world spun. For a moment he couldn't tell which way was down. Seralyth swayed in the arch, one hand clamped to the stone. The shell circlet at her throat flared painfully bright, then dimmed so abruptly she choked. Elthara lunged, staff forgotten, catching Seralyth's elbow. Melis dropped to Roran's side, hands hovering, wary of touching him until she knew where the magic ended. "Breathe," Seralyth gasped to Roran, even as her own breath came shallow. "In, out. Do not hold it. Let the resonance settle." He obeyed, more out of instinct than obedience. The humming in his chest was wild, irregular. His limbs trembled. Sweat slicked his skin. "How bad?" Varian demanded, eyes sharp, scanning both of them.
"We overreached," Seralyth said between breaths. "He noticed, but only briefly." "He?" Elthara snapped. "You saw him?" "Yes," Seralyth said. "Human, attuned to the spire in his own way, twisting our currents through it like rope through a pulley." She winced, pressing her palm harder against the stone. Roran forced himself upright, leaning against the rock. The images remained seared in his mind, the spire, the carved sigils, the man's hollow eyes. "He spoke," Roran said. "Not just magic, words, in our tongue." Melis frowned. "What did he say?" "Found you," Roran said grimly. Silence fell over the arch. "Elthara," Seralyth said quietly. The elder's face was pale, but her eyes burned. "Then our guess was correct," she said. "Whoever he is, he has been searching for the ward's edges, using the storms to trace our outline. Now he has confirmation." "One glimpse does not give him a map," Varian said. "No," Elthara agreed, "but it tells him Alyndra exists. That is more than most have known for centuries." Roran swallowed. "If he can push through storms and maerwraiths from there, what stops him from pushing harder now that he knows?" "The same thing that has stopped him thus far," Seralyth said. Her voice steadied, though her hands still shook slightly. "He is clever, but he is still learning. He pokes and prods. He hasn't yet committed. We still have time." "Time for what?" Devrin, who had followed at a distance, demanded. "To invite his next storm? To watch him knock again, hoping he grows bored?" "Time to understand him," Seralyth said sharply. "We have more than we did an hour ago. We know his method. We know his anchor. We know that he is not some blind force, but a man with intent." "And you consider that good news?" Devrin asked incredulously. "I consider it actionable," she said. Roran drew a slow breath, testing his stability. His muscles still trembled, but the worst of the resonant storm inside him had passed. He looked at Seralyth. "You protected me," he said. "When he reached back, you took most of it." "I could hardly let my bridge be swept away on its first crossing," she said, attempting lightness. It didn't quite land. "Don't turn this into a jest," he said. "That felt like standing too close to a siege engine when it fires, without armor." "You are alive," she said. "We both are. That is more than I could say if we had gone in blind." He held her gaze. "And if we try again?" She hesitated. "We will not, for now," she said. "He is watchful now. Pushing again too soon would invite attention we are not prepared to answer." "We cannot afford to do nothing," Varian said. "Every day he works from that spire, he grows in confidence." "I did not say we would do nothing," Seralyth said. "I said we would not use that method again until we have strengthened our side of the rope." "And how do you propose we do that?" Elthara asked. We have no army, no way to reach him physically. Our queen is already stretched thin holding the ward together." Roran stared out through the arch. The sea rolled on, indifferent to their arguments. Somewhere out there, on that wild column of current, a man twisted magic and smiled. "What does he want?" he asked quietly, "besides the satisfaction of rattling your cage?" "Power," Melis said, "always. The spire's resonance is raw and immense. If he can bend it without breaking himself, he could shape storms, call tides, perhaps even crack other wards if he finds them." "Then Alyndra is a test case," Roran said, "a proof of concept." Seralyth's jaw clenched. "We will not be anyone's experiment." He thought of the sigils carved into the spire's stone, the charms hanging from cords, pieces of things he recognized, metalwork that looked suspiciously like pieces of shackles, carved bone that might once have been from human or siren alike. "I've seen men like him," Roran said quietly. "Not with magic, with swords. They prod, they feint, they watch how their enemies move. They enjoy the game almost as much as the result, and they only stop when someone takes the game away." "How?" Devrin asked. "With what soldiers?" "With understanding," Roran said. "Right now, he knows more about your ward's edges than you know about his strengths and weaknesses. That has to change." Melis studied him. "You are thinking of something. Share it." He exhaled. "On the mainland, when we couldn't strike directly at an enemy position, we disrupted their supply lines instead. Cut off their food, their information, the things that let them stay where they were. If we can't reach him on the spire, maybe we can make it less useful to him." Seralyth frowned. "The spire's power comes from the resonance flowing through it," she said. "We cannot simply turn it off. It is as fundamental as the tide." "But you can change where it flows," he said. "You said once that you guide, not leash. Can you redirect some of that raw power away from where he stands? Make the currents less clean? Force his magic to work harder just to accomplish the same things?" "Dilution," Melis murmured. "Bleeding the spire's output into less useful channels. That would take precision," Seralyth finished, "and strength we may not have." Elthara's eyes were distant, calculating. "It would also make it harder for us to listen along those lines," she said. "Less clarity, less echo." "Then we trade clarity for safety," Varian said. "Better a muddied view than an open door." Seralyth closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them, resolve settled there like a stone. "We will explore it," she said, gently. "We cannot risk breaking the spire's balance entirely. The last time a queen tried, it nearly tore the seaward with it. But if we can shift some of its flow, make it less hospitable to his kind of twisting." "And in the meantime?" Elthara asked. "In the meantime, we prepare for the possibility that he will try a more direct strike," Seralyth said. "We harden the ward at its weakest points. We drill our fighters for incursions. We identify every place on this island where a breach would be most disastrous. And you," she added, turning to Roran, "tell us everything you know about how someone from your world ends up like him." He met her gaze, throat tightening. "Like him how?" "Willing to warp the sea for his own ends," she said. "Comfortable with storms that drown men who never knew his name. The kind of man who carves sigils into sacred stone and smiles when he feels resistance." Roran thought of certain officers he'd served under. Not all, not many, but enough. "Power-hungry," he said, "disenchanted with conventional methods, maybe cast out of more respectable circles, or hiding within them. He'll think he's the only one who truly understands what's at stake." "And what does he call himself?" Elthara asked. Roran almost shrugged. Then a word surfaced in his memory, from a half-forgotten report he'd once carried to a coastal magistrate. Something about a fringe cult that had been broken up near the northern ports. "They used to call them tide-seers," he said slowly. "Men and women who claim to see the future in the movement of waves. Most were harmless charlatans, but there was a faction. A name tugged at the edge of his mind, a surname spoken with fear. He couldn't quite catch it. "I need to think," he said, frustrated. "It's been years, and I never dealt with them directly." Seralyth considered him. "Then think," she said, "and remember that you do not have to do it alone." He blinked. "What do you mean?" "You carry my magic in you now," she said. "It does not only flow one way. If memory is tied to resonance in the mind, perhaps I can help, sharpen the recall." Elphara made a disapproving noise. "Memory meddling is dangerous," she said. "I would not pull at his memories," Seralyth said. "Only quiet the noise around them, for a moment." Roran eyed them both warily. "You're talking about rummaging around in my head." "Guiding your own rummaging," Seralyth corrected. "I cannot force you to remember something you never saw, but I can silence the distractions you carry so that what is buried has room to surface." He hesitated. The idea of anyone touching his mind, even gently, made his skin crawl.
A soldier's thoughts were often his only sanctuary. Then he pictured the spire again, the man's smile, the carved sigils filling with stormlight, the words, "Found you," echoing along the ward. "How do we do it?" he asked quietly. They chose a small, quiet chamber overlooking a tide pool, far from the bustle of the main courtyards. The air smelled of salt and sun-warmed stone. Outside, waves washed in and out of the cool with a soothing regularity. Seralyth sat on a cushioned bench facing him. Between them, on a low stand, Melis had placed another bowl of water. "Focus on the surface," Seralyth said. "Let it be a place for images to gather." Roran tried not to fidget. He rested his hands on his knees, fingers interlaced. "What do I do?" he asked. "Think of the last time you heard the term tide-seer," she said. "Let the memory come without forcing it. When it feels close, tell me." He closed his eyes, breathing slowly. "Tide-seer," he repeated silently. The words summoned fragments: a damp cellar, a nervous magistrate, ink smudged on a hastily written report. He chased them, but they scattered like minnows. "I have pieces," he said. "Nothing solid." "May I lean in?" she asked. He opened his eyes. "What does that entail?" "Using the binding to align our minds more closely," she said. "Not merging, not reading, just tuning, like bringing two notes into harmony." He huffed a faint, incredulous laugh. "You make it sound simple." "Nothing worth doing is simple," she said. "But it is straightforward." He weighed his options. He could refuse, keep his thoughts his own, hope that, given time, his memory would cough up what they needed. Time was precisely what they did not have. "Do it," he said. Her gaze searched his, as if checking again for hesitation. Finding resolve, she nodded. "Then close your eyes," she said, "and let go of the tension in your shoulders." He did as told. Her presence in the binding warmed, a gentle pressure instead of the usual quiet hum. He felt her awareness draw closer, not intruding, but hovering just at the edge of his thoughts. "Listen to my voice," she murmured. "Let your mind be a room. Open a window in it. I will stand outside. You will decide what to show me." "That's a strange metaphor," he muttered. "It works," she said. "Now, the word, tide-seer. Say it, and watch what rises." "Tide-seer," he whispered. The fragments surfaced again. This time, with Seralyth's presence steadying the waters, they didn't scatter as quickly. He saw the cellar more clearly, a makeshift office lit by a sputtering lantern. The magistrate's face, pinched and worried. A map on a table, edges damp, showing a section of coastline. "Good," Seralyth said, voice soft. "Stay with it. What else?" He concentrated. There had been an officer with him. A man in the King's Navy, coat stiff with salt and rank. They'd brought news of a small cult on the cliffs, a group that had been predicting storms with alarming accuracy. They called themselves the Circle of the Deep Gaze. Tide-seers, someone had said. Old word for them. Circle of the Deep Gaze, Roran murmured. Cliffside cult? North Coast? They were predicting storms? He frowned, trying to recall details he hadn't considered important at the time. The Navy had handled it. He'd been there to deliver extra men, then moved on. What happened to them? Seralyth asked gently. Listen to the magistrate's voice. He said most were arrested, Roran said slowly. Some fled. There was a leader, slippery, always one step ahead. He focused on the memory of the name, of ink on parchment. Terran. He swallowed as it surfaced, sudden and sharp. Terran Solcor, that was it. The name snapped through the binding like a wire pulled taut. Seralyth flinched. The water in the bowl shivered, its surface rippling.
Terran Solcor, she repeated, tasting the syllables. You are certain?
As certain as I can be about something I read once, he said. I carried a copy of the warrant with his name on it. Watched a commander throw it into a fire when he got word Terran had slipped away.
And what did they say about him? She asked, beyond his name.
That he was gifted, Roran said reluctantly. Could read tides like most men read books. Charming when he wanted to be. Spoke of the sea as if it were listening, and as if it liked what he said. He grimaced. Also arrogant. Saw the Navy as blind fools. Called himself a reformer. Thought he could restore the ocean to its rightful throne.
Seralyth's expression tightened. Reformer, she said, always a dangerous word in the wrong mouth.
He believed barriers were blasphemy, Roran added, remembering a snatch of overheard argument. That men had no right to build dikes or walls against the sea. That land itself was a temporary theft.
Malice let out a low whistle. He would hate wards, she said, especially one as enduring as ours.
Roran opened his eyes. If that's him out there, he hasn't just been poking at you, he said. He's making a point. To himself, if nothing else. Proving he's right. That no wall can stand.
And perhaps proving it to others, Seralyth said. If he has followers still, a hidden demonstration of power would be persuasive.
The idea of more people like Terran standing on cliff edges made Roran's stomach twist. Then he's dangerous twice over, he said. In what he can do, and in what he can convince others to attempt. Through the binding, Seralyth felt the bitter knot of guilt in him. Guilt that he'd once carried that warrant and not thought much of it. That he'd seen the name Terran Solcor and let it pass as another line of ink. You were a soldier following orders, she said quietly. You carried many names in your hands. You could not have known which would one day stand on the edge of our world. Doesn't stop me thinking I should have, he said. She reached across the small table and, without thinking too hard about it, placed her hand over his. The contact steadied the binding. Warmth flowed both ways. His rough, calloused steadiness, her cool, wave-worn resilience. You know it now, she said. That is what matters. We have a name, a history, an ideology. He is no longer a faceless storm. Their eyes met. Something in the air shifted. Roran became aware, all at once, of how close they sat, of the quiet between the crash of waves, of the way her thumb had, entirely without royal dignity, begun to move in a small, unconscious arc over his knuckles. He swallowed. The room seemed smaller. I should, he began. She withdrew her hand, color touching her cheeks. Yes, she said, rest. We have taken much from your mind today. He almost said, You've taken very little that I wasn't willing to give. He stopped himself, unsure if he meant the memories or something else. Instead, he rose, joints creaking. Thank you, he said, for not tearing anything loose. I told you, she said, we guide, we do not leash, not if we can help it. He hesitated at the doorway. Seralyth, yes? When we saw him on the spire, Roran said, and he looked toward us, I felt you move between. You took the brunt of it, again. You are my responsibility, she said. I am the one who pulled you into this tangle. I will not let my decisions shatter you.
He held her gaze. "We are in this because someone decided to twist storms," he said, "not because you refused to let me drown. If blame is going around, leave yourself a smaller share." A faint smile touched her lips. "You are the only person on this island who dares to tell me how to apportion my guilt," she said. "Someone has to," he replied. "Can't have you exhausting yourself out of sheer stubbornness." The smile grew, then faded into something softer. "And if you break protecting me?" she asked. He shrugged one shoulder. "Then we'll both be idiots, but at least we'll have been idiots together." Her laugh was quiet but real. "Go," she said, "before Elphara finds you here and decides to lecture us both." He left, heartbeats still a little too fast, the ghost of her touch lingering like a tide mark on his skin. That night, the storm did not come. The sky remained clear, stars sharp and cold above the ward. The sea breathed steadily. The maerwraiths, for once, stayed deep. Yet Seralyth slept poorly.
She dreamed of the spire, of currents spiraling around a man who smiled without warmth, of sigils crawling like ants over stone, of ropes and knots and bridges that frayed as unseen hands tugged. Midway through the night, she woke with her heart racing, the binding to Roran humming a low, anxious note. He was awake. He stood on his terrace, elbows resting on the balustrade, staring out into the dark. The moon had set. Only starlight silvered the waves. From her own balcony, high above the central courtyard, she could see his silhouette, a solid, quiet presence against the vastness beyond. Without fully deciding to, she stepped out into the night air. The stone was cool under her bare feet. She wrapped her robe tighter around her, more out of habit than chill. The ward's hum was lower at night, as if sleeping, but the spire's distant roar never ceased. She could have turned back, let him face his thoughts alone. Queens did not slip down to speak with shipwrecked soldiers because the night felt too large. She went anyway. The palace at night was a different creature. Torches burned low in wall sconces, casting flickering light. The usual trickle of water through channels was softer, as if the whole structure were listening. Most sirens slept submerged, lulled by familiar pressure. The corridors were nearly empty. She moved with the ease of someone who had walked these paths since childhood. Down one spiral, along a terrace, through a narrow arch, up a short slope. Roran did not turn when she stepped onto his terrace. He had heard her approach. He was a soldier, after all, but he waited until she came to stand beside him before glancing over. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked. "Couldn't stay comfortable pretending I could," she said. He huffed a soft breath. "Same." They stood in silence, shoulder to shoulder, the sea stretching before them like an endless dark. "The spire is louder now that we have seen it," she said quietly. "Or my mind is more attuned to it. I cannot decide which." "I feel it too," he said. "Before, the hum was just background. Now it has teeth." "A charming image," she said dryly. He glanced sideways. "I didn't mean to drag you further into my world's mess," he said. "You did not drag me anywhere," she said. "I walked, swam, into this with open eyes." "Because you couldn't let one spark go out," he said. "Because I couldn't let someone who twists the sea for their own ends go unanswered," she corrected softly. "You were part of that decision, not all of it." He turned fully to face her. In the starlight, his features were all sharp edges and shadow, softened only by the steady, searching look in his eyes. "Still," he said, "you're risking everything for a stranger's war. You think this is only yours?" she asked.
"When Terran Soulcore rattles at our ward, he does not do so with concern for which king commands which coast. To him, there is only land and sea, and he has chosen his side. That makes him my problem as much as yours. And yet your people would have been safer if I'd gone under with the rest," he said. "Perhaps," she said. "Not stronger." He frowned. "What do you mean?" "What do you see when you look at the sea?" she asked instead. He blinked at the shift. "Currently? A lot of trouble." "Before," she said. He thought about it. "It depends," he said. "As a boy, it was freedom, the place beyond the river.
As a soldier, it became a road and a graveyard, a thing we traveled and a thing that tried to kill us when the weather turned. Lately, he hesitated, lately it feels like a living thing that's very tired of being pushed. She considered his answer. For me, it has always been home, she said. And mirror. It reflects back to me what I bring to it. When I am calm, it answers in kind. When I am afraid, its currents feel sharper. When I am furious, she smiled without humor, storms are easier then. He nodded. We call it unforgiving, he said. But maybe it's just honest. Perhaps, she said. And perhaps that is why someone like Terran finds it appealing. It does not argue with him. It only responds. He leaned on the railing. Men like him don't like being told no, he said. They push until something breaks, or until someone pushes back harder. And you? She asked. Do you like being told no? He half smiled. Depends who's doing the telling. And when it is me? She pressed. He met her gaze. Then I try to argue my case. And when that fails, I do my best to be useful within the lines you draw. And if the lines are drawn in the wrong place? She asked. Then I wait, he said, and look for knots. Not again, she murmured. Can't help it, he said. It's how I think. She looked at him for a long moment. Through the binding, she felt his restlessness, his fear, his determination, all braided together. Her own exhaustion, fear, and stubborn pride answered. We are both bound, she said quietly. You to this island, me to its ward. Neither of us chose those bonds, but we choose what we do with them. He swallowed. And what are you choosing? She turned back to the sea. To trust that I was not wrong to pull you from the maw, she said. To trust that this connection between us is more boon than curse. And to trust that when the next storm comes, and it will stand with me, not out of obligation, but out of your own choosing. His breath hitched. Not dramatically, but enough that she felt it through the binding. I already made that choice, he said. On the day you told your counsel, I lived, because you refused to waste what the sea returned. I decided then that if I was going to be the cause of a risk, I'd better be worth it. She glanced at him. You speak like a man used to measuring his own weight on a scale. When people report to you with the names of the dead, you learn to, he said. Keeps you honest, or it breaks you. And which has it done to you? She asked softly. He shrugged, gaze fixed on the horizon. Ask me after this is over. Very well, she said, surprisingly gentle. Then I will make you a bargain, Captain Roran Vale. He looked at her, wary. What kind of bargain? If we survive Terran Solcor's interest, she said, if Alyndra stands and the ward holds, I will take you to the very edge of it. Not to cross, but to look out and see the world beyond with me. We will share that view, and you will tell me whether the shape of your world still matches the one you carry in your head. He stared at her. That's a generous promise, he said, coming from a queen whose job is to keep people away from her borders. It is a selfish one, she said. I am curious, and I have grown used to your voice giving form to things I have not seen. He could have made a jest about being used as a storyteller. He didn't. His throat felt too tight. Then I'll hold you to that bargain, he said quietly, if we live. If, she echoed. They stood there, side by side, as the stars wheeled overhead and the vast, unseen currents of magic and tide moved beneath. In the dark, with no audience and no obligations to speak, their silence said more than any oath. The storm on the horizon had not yet broken. But when it did, they would face it not as strangers bound by accident, but as two stubborn souls who had, against reason and law, chosen to tie their fates together. The storm arrived without warning. One moment, the afternoon sky over Alyndra arched clear and high, pale blue above the sparking sea. The next, the light dimmed as if someone had drawn a gray veil across the sun. Roran felt it before he saw it. He stood with Varian in the training ring, trading measured blows with practice staves. Sweat dampened his shirt. His breathing had settled into a steady rhythm. Then the hum in his chest lurched. He staggered. Varian, in the act of swinging, pulled the blow at the last second. The staff still clipped Roran's shoulder, but lightly. "You dropped your guard," Varian said sharply. "Didn't drop it," Roran muttered, rubbing his chest. "Something knocked it." The air pressed closer. The hairs on his arms rose. Somewhere deep under the rock, the ward's tone climbed, a strained, thin whine. The daylight dimmed another notch. Varian lifted his head, eyes narrowing. "You feel it?" "Hard to miss," Roran said.
Shouts echoed from the courtyard below. The usual murmuring flow of Alyndra's people quickened, voices sharp with urgency. Varian's jaw tightened. "Stay here," he said, already moving toward the arch. "Not a chance," Roran said, grabbing his discarded coat and following. His shoulder still ached from the clipped blow, but the tighter ache in his ribs was worse. The resonance in him vibrated like a plucked string. They emerged onto the terrace that overlooked the main courtyard just as the first gust hit. Wind slammed into the palace, hard enough that the channeled water in the runnels sloshed and spilled. Clouds swirled overhead, forming a tight spiral directly above the island. Not the wide, wandering chaos of a natural storm. A pivot, a point of focus. "Terran," Roran said under his breath. Sirens poured into the courtyard, some dragging bundles of netting and spears, others clutching children's hands. Elthara stood by the central pool, staff braced, shells clattering wildly. Seralyth was there too, already ankle-deep in the pool, gown soaked, hair whipping around her face. Her eyes were fixed on the sky. Roran took a step toward the stairs. The binding between them pulsed hard enough to make his vision blur. She heard him reach the terrace. Her head turned slightly, just enough to find him in the crowd and wind. "He's pushing," she called, voice barely carrying over the rising roar. "Not just at the ward, through it. He's using the spire as a hammer." As if to prove her point, lightning forked from the clouds. But instead of spearing the sea or cliff, it struck something invisible above the island. The air flashed, outlining a dome for an instant. Alyndra's ward, caught in stark white light. Cracks of brilliance raced briefly across its surface, then vanished. Roran tasted copper. His knees threatened to buckle. The resonance inside him shrieked in sympathy as the ward took the blow. "Can it hold?" he shouted. "Not if he keeps this up," Elthara answered grimly. "He's found a pressure point." Another bolt slammed into the ward. This one didn't flash white. It flared sickly green, the color of deep water where sunlight never reached. Seralyth winced, hands curling. The faint glow at the shell circlet's edge flickered. Varian stepped to the pool's edge. "Where is it weakest?" he demanded. "Western Reef, and the old tide caverns," Seralyth said, eyes closing briefly as she focused inward. "He's probing the tunnels that lead in under the cliffs, the ones we sealed after the last maerwraith surge." Devrin pushed through the gathering crowd, anger and fear warring in his expression. "If those caverns open—" Melis finished, appearing at his shoulder. "We'll have maerwraiths in our wells." "Then we cannot let them open," Seralyth said. Her voice steadied, hardening. "Varian, take a squad to the western reef access. Seal every lower tunnel you can reach. Elthara, with me. We anchor the ward above as you shore it below." "And what do you want me to do?" Roran called. The Queen met his gaze. For a heartbeat, he saw the same calculation she would use for any other asset. Strengths, weaknesses, where best to place him. "You can't fight underwater," Varian said flatly. "You'll drown faster than you can swing that staff." "But I can hold a line on land," Roran said. The Queen met his gaze. For a heartbeat, he saw the same calculation she would use for any other asset. Strengths, weaknesses, where best to place him. "You can't fight underwater," Varian said flatly. "You'll drown faster than you can swing that staff." "But I can hold a line on land," Roran said. If they breach, you'll need someone to keep them from reaching your people before your fighters can regroup. He's right, Melis put in. We can't leave the courtyards unguarded. If the maerwraiths get above the lower pools, every child and elder becomes prey. Elthara's gaze flicked between them. The tunnel's empty in 3 possible places, she said. The southern pool, the echo well, and the old salt cistern. We have guards, but not enough for a full incursion. Roran's jaw set. Put me where the worst of it will be, he said. If I'm going to be a risk, I might as well be a useful one. Seralyth's lips pressed together. The binding carried the flash of her frustration, at Terran, at the storm, at the unbearable reality of relying on a human in a crisis her people should have been able to handle alone. Then something softened. You wanted to stand between trouble and those who can't fight it, she said. Here is your chance. She pointed toward a narrower arch off the main courtyard. The echo well, she said. The tunnel there is the oldest. The maerwraiths will favor it. If they break through, they'll come up that shaft first. How will I know when they're coming? Roran asked. The smell, Varian said grimly, and the cold. Comforting, Roran muttered. He tightened his belt. I'll make sure anything that climbs out regrets it. Varian clasped his arm briefly, soldier to soldier. Hold them, he said. We'll be there as soon as we can. Don't drown, Roran shot back. Not in my plans, Varian said, already shifting, scales rippling across his arms as he took off at a run toward the western stair. A half-dozen Siren warriors followed, some already sloughing their land legs for tails as they splashed into the channel that led down. Seralyth stepped out of the pool, water streaming from her gown. For a moment, as she climbed the steps, she swayed. The ward above shuddered under another impact. Roran reached instinctively, steadying her elbow. Their eyes met at close range. Her pupils were blown wide, her breathing shallow, but there was no fear there, only iron. I will feel you through the binding, she said. If the well gives way, I'll know. Save your strength for the ward, he said. I've got my own eyes. I am not only queen now, she said quietly. Part of me is your conduit, whether I wish it or not. Don't pretend I cannot sense when you step too near the crack. He almost smiled. Then I'll try not to give you heart trouble. The words were lighter than the moment deserved. Under them, the weight of what neither of them voiced pressed hard. Come back, please. She released his arm and turned back to the pool. Elthara, she called, to the eastern channel. We'll brace the upper lattice from there. Melis, coordinate the surface defenses. Devrin, get those who can't fight into the upper galleries. Elthara nodded once, grim approval in her eyes despite the dire situation. Queens who commanded clearly in storms were rare. Seralyth's mother had been one. Her daughter was proving herself another. Roran didn't wait to hear more. He pivoted and headed for the echo well. The storm's roar grew louder as he went, like a giant beast breathing against the ward. The corridors shook as though the island itself shivered. The echo well was a narrow chamber hollowed into the cliff, its floor dropping away into a perfectly round shaft of water. The walls around the shaft were smooth, worn by generations of sirens slipping in and out. The air was cooler here, smelling of mineral and salt. 2 siren guards already stood there, spears ready. One nodded curtly as Roran entered. Orders? Roran asked. Don't die, the guard said. If something climbs out, stab it. I can work with that, Roran said. He took up a position opposite them, back braced against the stone, staff in hand. The shaft yawned between them like an open throat. For a few heartbeats, nothing happened. Then the smell arrived. It crept up the well ahead of any sight or sound, a cloying, acidic stench like rot wrapped in seaweed left too long in the sun. Roran's stomach lurched. The guard to his left grimaced. Maerwraiths, he muttered. The air temperature dropped, breath misting. The ward's distant whine rose in pitch. Through the binding, Roran felt Seralyth's focus, stretched thin but present. "Here we go," he murmured. The water in the shaft darkened. Not from lack of light, from something rising, displacing it. A slick, black shape pressed against the surface, then split it, bursting up with a wet, sucking sound. Roran had expected something eel-like. He was not prepared for the mass of limbs. The maerwraith was all wrong angles and slick curves. Too many jointed legs ending in hooked tips. A body that seemed to shift between solid and translucent. Its head, if that was what it was, bore no eyes, only a ring of teeth around a pulsing, lamprey-like mouth. It emitted a low, warbling hiss that scraped across his nerves. The two Siren guards jabbed as one. Their spears bit into the creature's upper limbs, black ichor hissing where it met the points. The maerwraith shrieked, sound echoing off the chamber walls. Roran didn't think. Training overrode horror. As the creature lunged toward the nearer guard, he stepped in and brought the staff down hard on one of its jointed legs. The impact jolted up his arms. The limb buckled, body listing. "Keep it from climbing fully out," one guard shouted. "If it gets its whole mass above the water, it'll be 10 times harder to push back." "Then don't let it," Roran grunted. He pivoted, swung again, aiming for where the segment met the central body. The staff hit with a wet crunch. Black slime splattered his boots. The maerwraith screamed. 2 more shapes rose behind it. "Perfect," Roran muttered. "Just what I wanted." The air above the shaft shimmered slightly, as if the ward's strain extended here too. The cold bit deeper, gnawing at his fingers and toes. The guards moved with fluid grace, their strikes precise. Roran's were cruder, but backed by sheer force. Together, they hammered at the leading maerwraith, trying to drive it back down. It clung stubbornly, hooks scraping against stone. Its body rippled, trying to pour itself up and out, ignoring the damage to its limbs. "Stubborn thing," Roran said through clenched teeth. "Like someone else I know," Seralyth's faint thought brushed his mind. He almost smiled, even as he put his shoulder into another blow. Behind the first, the second maerwraith surged upward, using its fellow's bulk as a shield. One of its hooked limbs lashed out, catching the nearer guard's calf. The guard cried out as the hook tore through skin. The creature yanked. He lost his footing and tumbled toward the shaft. Without thinking, Roran dropped his staff and lunged. He grabbed the guard's arm, bracing his own feet against the stone. The maerwraith pulled. Roran's shoulders screamed. The injured guard's hand slipped in his grasp, slick with blood and ooze. "Let me go," the guard choked. "Better one than—" "Not the bargain I signed up for," Roran snarled. He dug in, hauling. Behind him, the second guard stabbed wildly at the maerwraith's limb, forcing it to loosen its grip. The creature shrieked, mouth ring pulsing. Roran yanked with everything he had. The guard came free, sprawling onto the stone beside the shaft. The maerwraith's hook scraped the edge where his leg had been a heartbeat before. "Stay back," Roran gasped. "You're bleeding all over my footing." The guard half laughed, half coughed. "You're mad, human." "So I've been told," Roran said. He snatched up his staff just as the first maerwraith made another push. Its mouth opened wider, teeth grinding, emitting a keening wail. The sound did something to the resonance in his chest. It vibrated out of sync with the ward, disorienting, like hearing 2 songs close in pitch, but not quite aligned. His vision wavered. The shaft seemed to tilt. "Don't listen," Seralyth's voice cut through the buzzing. "It's trying to catch your attunement and drag it with it." He gritted his teeth. "Not today." He slammed the staff down, aiming not for the creature's body, but for the stone lip beneath its weight. Cracks spidered outward. The footing shifted. The maerwraith's hooks slipped, just a fraction.
The remaining guard, teeth bared, drove his spear up with a shout. The point punched through the underside of the creature's maw ring and plunged into the softer flesh above. Black fluid erupted. The maerwraith convulsed, screeching. Its body rippled, destabilizing. For a moment, it lost cohesion, becoming more fluid than solid. The second and third maerwraiths took advantage of the gap, trying to surge past. "No, you don't," Roran growled. He swung the staff in a wide arc, catching the second creature across several limbs at once, knocking them sideways. The third attempted to slither around the other side. Cold surged up from the shaft, worse than before. It felt like the bottom had dropped out of the well, the depth under them yawning further open. "Something's pushing them," one guard panted, "harder than usual." Roran didn't need to be told who. "Terrans using them as battering rams," he spat. Above, another thunderclap rattled the stone. Dust drifted from the ceiling. "How's that redirecting the spire plan coming?" he thought desperately across the binding. A strained, humorless huff came back. "We are working on it." Another hook lashed out. Roran ducked, felt it slice past his ear. A few strands of hair fell. "Less working, more succeeding would be helpful," he grunted. "We are rather occupied," Seralyth replied tightly. He caught an impression through the binding. A swirl of water, the dizzying pull of currents around the spire, Elphara's voice chanting, Melis's hands moving in intricate patterns. They were in some underwater channel, he realized, somewhere near the node that connects to the spire's flow. He felt Seralyth's magic straining, her voice weaving counterpoints against Terran's deeper, cruder commands. He didn't have breath to send anything more. He focused on the fight. Time blurred into a series of blows and shouts, of stench and cold, and the sickening give of maerwraith flesh. For every creature they forced back down the shaft, another shoved up, driven by an external will. His arms burned, his lungs ached. The injured guard dragged himself out of immediate range, binding his leg with a strip of torn cloth, then crawled to a better vantage point and began hurling spare spearheads like javelins whenever a soft spot presented itself. At some point, Roran's palms split. Blood slicked his grip. He tightened it anyway. "Still with me?" Seralyth's voice brushed his mind again. Define with, he thought back through gritted teeth.
He felt, rather than heard, the flicker of grim amusement. Then the binding jolted. For a heartbeat, he wasn't in the echo well. He was somewhere else, deeper, darker. A cavern lit by ghostly blue light, its walls slick with wet stone. A whirlpool churned in the center, not of water, but of resonance, raw, roaring power that threatened to tear free. Seralyth stood at its edge, waist-deep in the swirling energy, singing at the top of her strength. Elphara flanked her. Staff dug into a crack in the rock, shells flaring. Melis hovered near the cavern wall, hands pressed against a natural archway where currents streamed in. The currents smelled of the spire. Terran's presence pressed along them, cold, cruel, exultant. Then Roran was back in his body, staff colliding with maerwraith chitin. "Seralyth?" he demanded. "I am here," she answered, but the word carried a thickness, as if spoken through clenched teeth. "Do not let them reach the courtyards. Whatever happens here, the island must not become a nest." "No pressure," he muttered aloud. The maerwraith he'd just struck reeled back, gurgling. Behind it, the tunnel water frothed, more bodies pressing up. He braced for another wave. It didn't come. The water went suddenly still. The maerwraiths froze, hooks twitching. The hissing keen died. "Did you do that?" Roran asked the nearest guard. "No," the guard said, just as baffled. Roran's heart leapt. "Seralyth?" Silence. Then the cold hit. It slammed into him like stepping into an alpine river. His breath seized. The resonance in his chest convulsed.
Something surged along the binding, a flood of power, raw and uncontrolled. It poured into him, too much, too fast. He choked, dropping to one knee. The staff clattered from his hand. The maerwraiths shuddered, half in the shaft, half out. Their bodies flickered between solidity and translucence, as if caught between two tides. "What's happening?" the injured guard gasped. Roran couldn't answer. He couldn't breathe. The binding swelled, threatening to burst. He pushed back with everything he had, trying to shape the onrushing energy, to channel it, to be anything other than a broken conduit. "Seralyth," he snarled through clenched teeth, "pull back." Her presence blazed at the other end of the binding, bruised, disoriented, but still there. "Couldn't hold," she gasped. "Spire bucked. We diverted some, but he turned the flow. It's spilling, through the nearest available vessel. Him. Then shut it off," he ground out. "If I let go entirely, the channel tears," she said. The word dissolved in a burst of static. For a terrifying heartbeat, he felt nothing from her at all. The maerwraiths shrieked. The raw power flooding through Roran flared brighter, agonizing. His muscles convulsed. Every nerve in his body sang with too much current. He had felt something like this once before, the first time lightning struck near a siege tower he'd been climbing. The jolt had thrown him off, leaving him twitching in the mud. This was worse. This wasn't a single blast. It was a river. "You wanted to be useful," he thought savagely at himself. "Here you are." He forced his mind through the pain, reaching for whatever training, instinct, and stubbornness he had left. "Magic flows," Seralyth had said, again and again. "It seeks patterns. Resonance responds to emotion, to intent, to songs of what we want the world to be." Fine. He knew how to take a blow meant for someone else. He'd been doing that in battle for years. He pictured the ward in his mind, not as an abstract dome, but as a line of men holding shields, shoulder to shoulder, bracing against an oncoming charge. He'd held lines like that. He knew what it felt like when one soldier faltered and the others had to step in, shore up his side until he could recover. He imagined himself stepping into the gap, shoulder slamming against the empty space where another had fallen. The impact jarred, but the line held. The wild surge of resonance bucked, trying to spray outward in all directions. He gritted his teeth and shoved, directing it not into random cracks, but along the patterns he could sense from Seralyth's countless songs. It was clumsy. He was no Siren queen. But she had her instincts echoing faintly in his bones now, her knowledge a whisper in the background of his thoughts. He pushed. Slowly, agonizingly, the flood narrowed. It stopped lashing out, focused instead along a thinner, steadier path, one that fed into the ward rather than ripping it. His vision went gray at the edges. His muscles shook so badly he could barely keep his hands braced against the stone. The maerwraiths convulsed again, caught in the shifting currents of power. Their hooks scrabbled at the shaft's edge, searching for purchase that no longer existed. The water beneath them churned. Then, as if a plug had been pulled, the tunnel's pull reversed. The maerwraiths screeched as they were yanked downward, dragged by a current they had no choice but to follow. Their limbs flailed helplessly. Black ichor streaked the walls as they scraped past. In heartbeats, the shaft was empty. The stench lingered. The cold, too. But the immediate threat had vanished, swallowed back into the depths. Roran sagged to the floor beside the shaft, trembling. Sweat plastered his hair to his face. His hands felt like someone had driven nails through them. The uninjured guard stared, chest heaving. "What did you do?" he whispered. "Damned if I know," Roran panted. "Ask your queen. Assuming she's still—" He broke off. Panic surged. "Seralyth." No answer.
He reached harder along the binding, ignoring the fresh spikes of pain. Nothing. Not nothing. A faint, flickering awareness, as distant as a candle seen through fogged glass. "Roran?" The voice came not through his mind, but from the doorway. He lifted his head. Lysenne stood there, breathless, eyes wide. Her face was pale. "Where is she?" he demanded, somehow pulling himself upright. His legs felt like wet rope. "Seralyth, where?" "Tide cavern," Lysenne said, grabbing his arm to steady him. "The one beneath the eastern channel. Varian sent me. He says they need hands on land if anything comes through. And—" her voice broke. "And Elthara says the queen fell." His heart dropped. "Fell?" he repeated. "Her magic collapsed," Lysenne said. "Elthara held the currents from tearing her apart, but she's not waking. They're bringing her up now." He didn't remember deciding to move. One moment he was in the echo well chamber. The next he was half stumbling, half running, down the corridor, with Lysenne's hand gripping his sleeve. "Come on," he growled at his own failing legs. "Not the time." They emerged into chaos. The main courtyard was packed. Sirens clustered along the edges, faces taut with fear and fury. Children were held close, some crying quietly, others wide-eyed and silent. Devran shouted orders toward the lower channels, coordinating runners. At the far side of the courtyard, near a broad stepped pool that led down into the tide caverns, a group of figures had gathered around a shape laid out on the stone. Roran's chest constricted. Seralyth. Her hair spread damp around her like dark seaweed. Her skin was paler than he'd ever seen it, almost translucent. The shell circlet at her throat lay dull and inert, its usual faint glow entirely gone. Elthara knelt beside her, staff set aside, both hands pressed over the queen's heart. Melis hovered on the other side, lips moving in silent rhythm, fingers resting lightly at Seralyth's temples. Varian stood just behind them, water dripping from his clothes, his jaw clenched so tightly the muscle jumped. Roran's feet carried him forward before he realized he was moving. Lysenne stayed at his side, as if afraid he'd topple. Elthara looked up as he approached. Her eyes took him, his shaking limbs, the tremor of resonance still flickering around him. "You're alive," she said, as if mildly surprised. "For the moment," he rasped. "She?" Elthara's gaze dropped back to Seralyth. "She closed the channel," the elder said. "Or rather, she tried. Terran flooded the spire. She diverted what she could, sent it back along the ward. The rest slammed into her." Her mouth twisted. "You must have taken some of it." "Happy to be of service," Roran said hoarsely. Elthara's lips twitched despite herself. Then her expression hardened again. "Her resonance is dim," she said quietly. "Not gone, but withdrawn."
Like the sea pulled too far out before a wave.
"Can you pull it back?" he asked, throat tight.
"If I force it, I may shatter what's left," Elthara said. She anchored herself to the ward. The ward is holding, for now, but hollow, thin. It hums, but without its heart. Roran stared at Seralyth's still face. In sleep, she looked younger, or older. It was hard to tell. The lines of command and worry smoothed, leaving only the bare shape of her features. "You can't just leave her like this," he said. "We have no choice," Elthara snapped. "You think I wish this? If we pull too hard, we risk breaking both her and the ward. If we leave her, there is a chance—" her voice softened, almost imperceptibly. "A chance she finds her way back on her own. The sea does not like emptiness. It may refill what was drained." Roran's hands curled into fists. His palms tore again on the motion. He barely felt it. Through the binding, he reached for her. Before,
Her presence had been a steady, distinct warmth. Now it was a faint, flickering ember in a vast cold. Seralyth, he thought, don't you dare. A stir, the barest brush of awareness, like fingers trying to close around his, but slipping. She hears you? Varian asked, voice low. Barely, Roran said, like shouting across a battlefield in a storm. He swallowed, forcing the rising panic down. If she anchored herself to the ward, then her resonance is spread thin across it, Melis said, holding cracks closed by sheer presence. It is, she shook her head, a queen's instinct. Save the island, even if it means dissolving yourself. Then we pull her back, Roran said. We take some of that weight. The ward doesn't only have to be hers to carry. Elthara snorted. And who will share it? You? A human who barely survived scratching at a node? You would rip yourself apart. Maybe, he said, but I'd rather rip than watch her fade. Roran, Lysen whispered. He ignored them all and knelt at Seralyth's side, opposite Elthara. The stone was cold through his torn palms. He didn't care. He placed a hand gently on her shoulder. Her skin was cool, not the comforting cool of water, the too still cool of someone who had been lying in one place for too long. You pulled me back once, he said softly, not caring who heard, from a place you told me no one comes back from. You used more of yourself than you could afford because you decided my spark wasn't worth wasting. His thumb brushed the damp fabric. I'm not letting that be a one-way favor, he said. You are not a siren, Elthara said sharply. You cannot go where she is. Maybe not, he said, but she bound herself to me. You said it yourself. That link runs both ways. Melis's eyes widened slightly. He's not entirely wrong. Elthara rounded on her. Do not encourage. Think, Melis said, interrupting for once. The binding is a bridge. We used it earlier to listen. We could use it now to send. Send what? Devrin demanded. Our hope? Our resonance, Melis said. Not all of it. A thread. Enough to remind hers how to flow toward herself again instead of bleeding out along the ward. If he acts as conduit, she trailed off, gaze flicking between Roran and Seralyth. Elthara looked as if she'd swallowed a bitter mollusk. It is risky, she said, if it backfires. Everything about today is risky, Roran said. That storm, those maerwraiths, Terran standing on your spire. You keep saying we can't afford mistakes. We also can't afford standing here wringing our hands while your queen dissolves into the barrier. Elthara's stare could have cut stone. You would bind yourself deeper, she said slowly. Make yourself, in some ways, a part of the ward. I'm already stuck here, he said. Might as well be stuck usefully. Varian's gaze met Elthara's over Seralyth's still form. A silent conversation passed between them, calculations of cost, of what Alyndra could bear to lose. At last, Elthara exhaled, long and resigned. Fools, she said, the lot of you. The sea loves fools. They sink so eagerly. Melis almost smiled, despite the tension. Is that a yes? It is a do it properly or I will haunt you, Elthara snapped. She moved aside slightly. You stand in for her, human. I will stand in for the ward. Melis, you guide the currents between. Roran swallowed. What do I do? Take her hand, Elthara said, and do not let go. His heart thudded. He hesitated only a fraction of a heartbeat, then slid his hand down from Seralyth's shoulder to her hand. Her fingers lay limp in his palm, colder than they should have been. He wrapped his hand around hers carefully, thumb brushing her knuckles. I'm here, he said under his breath. Through the binding, the faint ember flickered, barely, but it was there. Melis placed the bowl of water beside them. Into it she sprinkled a pinch of fine white sand, which sank and swirled. The surface rippled, reflecting both their faces. "Look," she instructed quietly, "not at the water, through it. Focus on the bond between you." Roran did. He let his eyes unfocus slightly, letting the bowl's surface become a blur. He felt rather than saw, as Melis and Elthara began to hum, low and steady. The hum matched the ward's weakened song at first, then diverged, creating a separate line, a path. "Reach for her," Elthara said, "not with your hands, with whatever part of you banged against the ward at the inlet, the part that refuses to accept a closed door." He snorted faintly. "You do pay attention." "Hush," she said, "before I change my mind." He closed his eyes. The binding in his chest still ached from the earlier surge. Now he coaxed it, gently, to the forefront of his awareness. It pulsed, tentative. On the other end, Seralyth's presence was a thin, stretched thing, spread wide along the ward's cracked shell. He gathered his courage, and his stubbornness, and stepped. The sensation was different from before. When they had reached for Terran along the currents, it had felt like leaning out over a cliff. This felt like wading into a tide that wanted to pull away from shore. He followed the bond's line into that tide. At first, all he felt was strain. The ward hummed, taut and exhausted. Seralyth's resonance clung to it like frost to glass, holding fractures closed by sheer contact. It was spread thin, almost formless. "Seralyth," he called along the thread. "Come back." No answer. The ember flickered faintly. He pushed deeper. Memories brushed him. Not images exactly, but impressions. A child singing to shifting shoals of fish. A young queen standing where the ward's song was loudest, listening to lectures about duty. A girl watching her mother's back as the older queen swam into a storm, never to return. Loneliness threaded through every note. "You've been alone too long," he thought fiercely. "You don't have to hold this by yourself." He poured himself along the binding, sending not just raw power, he had precious little of that to spare, but intent, steadfastness, the bone-deep stubbornness that had made him hang on to a broken line in a siege, to a sinking deck in a storm, to consciousness when the sea tried to snatch it. He thought of her standing at the inlet, hair whipping, refusing to let Terran's storm claim him. Of her laughter in the tide pool chamber. Of her admitting, beneath the stars, that she found their shared bargain selfishly tempting. He thought, without hedging, "I do not accept a world where you are gone, and this island sings your name without you." The ember flared. For a heartbeat, he felt her clearly again, not as scattered frost, but as a distinct warmth. Surprise, incredulity, and something else that made his breath catch. "Roran?" Her thought was weak, but present. "That's me," he said, aloud and through the bond. "Stubborn idiot, remember?" He sensed her awareness skimming along the ward's structure, as if she were waking up in a too large room, trying to remember where her body ended and the walls began. "You shouldn't be here," she said. "It's unsafe." "Too late," he said. "You dragged me into this when you refused to waste my spark. Let me return the favor." "I can't pull back," she said. "If I leave, the cracks won't all break," he cut in, "because you're not leaving them empty. You're letting me and whoever else can carry some of it. You told me once the sea doesn't like waste." "Well, stop wasting yourself. We're right here." He pushed again, sending not a flood, but a steady, insistent stream of his own resonance along the bond. Tiny compared to hers, but not nothing. Behind him, vaguely, he heard Elthara and Melis weaving their harmony, guiding his flow into the ward's pattern. He felt other threads join, fainter but present. Varian's stoic steadiness, Lysen's quiet, fierce loyalty, even Devrin's grudging resolve. Alyndra's people, offering what little they could. "You are not alone," he said again. "You never were. You just convinced yourself you had to act like it. Something inside her shifted. The frost began to thaw. Her scattered presence along the ward recoiled slightly, then began to condense, droplets of self running back along the lines toward the central ember. Where his intent met hers, they sparked, joining. Slowly, painfully, she reeled herself in. It hurt. He felt that too. Every inch she withdrew left a gap the ward groaned around. But the threads he and the others offered slid into those gaps, not as perfect matches, they were not Siren queens, but as scaffolding. Not a single pillar bearing the roof alone, but many hands holding up beams while the main support righted itself. "You are obnoxiously persistent," she muttered, even as she moved. "Occupational hazard," he replied, teeth gritted. She drew closer. The sense of distance between them shrank. Her awareness, instead of diffused across the entire ward, coalesced nearer, centered on her own body again. He felt when she slipped fully back into herself. It was like a rubber band snapping into place. Pain lanced through both of them. He gasped. She arched back on the stone, a ragged breath tearing into her lungs. The bowl of water beside them shattered, sending droplets flying. Roran jerked his hand back on reflex, but Seralyth's fingers clenched around his, nails digging into his skin. Her eyes flew open. For a moment they were unfocused, pupils blown, seeing some other world superimposed on this one. Then they locked onto his face. He'd thought her eyes were a simple shade before. Now, in this raw, close moment, he saw all the colors. Silver streaks, dark rings, a clear blue-green that reminded him of shallows over sand. "Hi," he said hoarsely. A breath that might have been a laugh or a sob escaped her. "You—" her voice broke. She swallowed and tried again. "You are the most insufferably reckless man I have ever met." "Pot, kettle," he rasped. She squeezed his hand harder. The binding between them no longer felt like a thin thread. It felt like a rope, knotted firmly at both ends. Around them, the ward's hum steadied. Still strained, still patchy in places, but no longer hollow. It sang with multiple notes now, harmonies rather than a single voice. Elthara sagged back on her heels, staff clattering to the stone. Melis exhaled shakily, wiping at her eyes with the back of her hand. "Fools," Elthara muttered again, but this time there was a rough affection in it. "Utter fools." Varian had to turn away for a moment, shoulders shaking once before he mastered himself. Lysen openly cried, tears carving clean tracks down her salt-streaked cheeks. Devrin scrubbed a hand over his face, as if annoyed to find it damp. "Well," he said gruffly, "at least if we die, it won't be because our queen refused help." Seralyth drew a shuddering breath, and, still clutching Roran's hand, pushed herself up on her elbows. Her limbs trembled, but she held. "How bad?" she asked Elthara, voice steadier than her body. "The ward holds," Elthara said, "thin in places, but with more threads than before. You are not its only pillar now." Seralyth's gaze flicked briefly to Roran. Through the binding, he felt the shape of her realization, that in pulling herself back, she had not reclaimed every piece. Some of her magic now lived in others, in him. "We diverted some of the spire's flow," Melis added. "Not much, enough to make it less clean for him to work with. He'll have to fight the currents now, not ride them." "He will adjust," Varian said. "Men like Terran always do. But we have proof he is not invincible. He can be outmaneuvered. And he knows it," Roran said, suddenly sure. He felt the resistance, felt his spell backfire. "That will sting." "Will it stop him?" Devrin asked. "No," Seralyth said, "but it will make him cautious." Her mouth thinned. "And men like that make their biggest mistakes when forced to be careful." Roran watched her as she spoke. There were still shadows under her eyes, and her skin had not regained all its color. But she was present, fiercely, vividly present. Relief flooded him so strongly his vision blurred. "You came after me," she said, turning her focus fully on him now. He swallowed. "You really surprised by that?" "I dragged you into this war," she said. "I half expected you to curse my name and retreat." "Too much effort to hate you," he said. "Easier to be annoyed and worried." Despite everything, she smiled. A small, weary, radiant thing that stole what little breath he had left. "When I stood over you on that shore," she said slowly, "I thought saving you would be my greatest mistake. Not because you were unworthy, but because I could feel how much it would cost. I weighed you as a burden." "Flattering," he said, but softly. "I was wrong," she continued, ignoring the attempt at humor. "Not about the cost, but about the burden. You have been an anchor, a mirror, a rope thrown back when I didn't realize I was slipping." He stared at her. Through the binding, her feelings blurred with his. Gratitude, fear, a fierce, aching tenderness that startled them both with its clarity. "Seralyth," he said quietly, "if you keep talking like that, your council's going to have a fit." "Let them," she said, with a spark of her usual iron. "They have weathered worse." Her gaze dropped briefly to their joined hands. Her thumb moved, just once, across his knuckles. "This changes things," Elthara said, not unkindly. "Not just for you two, for Alyndra. The ward is no longer only Siren-bound. A human heartbeat hums in its lattice now." "Then we adjust," Seralyth said. "We always knew hiding forever was a losing strategy. Perhaps this forced union is the sea's way of telling us to stop pretending we can wall ourselves away." Roran's throat worked. "Union," he repeated. "You make it sound like we stood in front of a priest." Elthara snorted. "In terms of magic, this is deeper than any vow spoken over flowers and feast. You shared your core resonance. You twined your fates. Whether or not you choose to act on that in other ways is your business. But do not pretend this is a small thing." Color rose in Seralyth's cheeks. Roran felt his own ears heat. "That's," he began. "Complicated," Seralyth finished for him, voice dry but eyes warm. He met her gaze. The storm raged still beyond the ward, though less furiously than before. Terran remained at the spire, thwarted but not defeated. The island was bruised, frightened, uncertain. And yet, here, in this battered courtyard, something solid had formed. "I'm not sorry," he said quietly, "complications and all." Her fingers tightened over his. "Nor am I," she said. The moment pulsed between them, fragile and fierce, like the instant just before a wave breaks. Thunder growled beyond the ward, a reminder that the crisis was not over. "We have bought time," Elthara said, rising with a creak. "Not peace. Terran will regroup. He will try again. Harder." "And when he does," Seralyth said, pushing herself carefully to sitting, still anchored by Roran's hand, "he will find that Alyndra is not the fragile, isolated secret he thought. He will find a queen who refuses to dissolve quietly, and a man from the land who has already refused to let her. And," Devrin added grudgingly, "who might just be willing to risk new knots." "And a people," Lysena said softly, looking around at the gathered faces, "who have felt the ward hum with more than one voice." Roran eased to his feet, helping Seralyth up with him. She swayed, he steadied her. They stood side by side, facing the restless sea beyond the palace. Acting together, they had pulled her back from the edge. In doing so, they had woven an even tighter bond between queen and captain, island and outsider, duty and something that, while not yet named, was growing with each shared storm. Terran Solcor still stood on his spire. But now, at last, they stood ready to face him, not as scattered defenses and half-understood magic, but as a joined front.
The near loss had become a new beginning. The real confrontation was yet to come. Alyndra did not heal overnight. In the days after the storm, the island felt like a person who had survived a fever, alive but shaken. The ward's hum no longer sounded like something on the verge of shattering, but the new harmonies were unfamiliar, like a song taught to a choir that hadn't yet practiced enough. Roran woke each morning with the echo of that shared strain in his bones. When he stretched on his terrace, he could feel the ward as a low, steady vibration. If he focused, he could pick out individual threads: Seralyth's firm line, Varian's grounded presence at the outer edges, the lighter flickers from others. His own was in there now too, a stubborn, slightly off-key note. "You're humming again," Lysen remarked one morning, appearing at his elbow with a bundle of folded cloth. Roran blinked. He hadn't realized he'd been doing it. "Sorry." "Don't be." She leaned on the railing beside him, hair pulled back in a messy knot. "Everyone's humming these days. The ward feels different, less like a wall we lean against, and more like something we're holding up together." "The way it should have been all along," he said. "That's one opinion," she said lightly. "Others miss pretending it took care of itself." "How's Seralyth?" he asked, too quickly. Lysen's lips twitched. "You could go ask her, you know. Queens are not made of glass." "They're also busy," he said. "Today she's mostly busy being yelled at by Elphara for almost dissolving," Lysen said cheerfully. "You might enjoy that." "I usually enjoy not being in the room when she gets scolded," he said. "Feels private." "Your bond doesn't leave much room for privacy," Lysen pointed out. "Half the island felt something when you dragged her back. They've been watching the two of you ever since." Roran grimaced. "That's uncomfortable." "It is also fact," Lysen said. "You should talk to her anyway. There are decisions to make." "What kind of decisions?" he asked warily. "The kind that come after you survive something you shouldn't have," she said softly. "Do we go back to the old way of things and pretend nothing's changed? Or do we admit the old way cracked, and this is what spilled out?" He looked out at the sea. The sky was clear, but there was a royal on the horizon, a faint smudge that wasn't natural weather. "Terran," he said. "Yes," she said. "He's quiet." "Too quiet. Elphara says that's when trouble grows teeth." Roran's hand tightened on the railing. "He's planning something bigger." "Probably," Lysen said. "And when he tries again, the Queen will stand between Alyndra and his storms like always." "Not alone," Roran said. "Not this time." "Then go tell her that," Lysen said, and nudged his shoulder toward the inner corridor. He hesitated only a moment, then pushed off the railing. He found Seralyth in the chart room, a smaller chamber off the council hall. Shelves carved into the stone walls held rolled parchments, shell markers, bits of polished glass. Light filtered in through a high, narrow slit, catching dust motes in its beam. She stood over a table where several maps lay unfurled, fingers tracing lines of ink. Her hair was braided loosely back today, a few strands escaping to frame her face. The shell circlet at her throat glowed faintly again, but not with its former brightness. It looked mending. She heard him before he spoke. The binding carried the awareness of his approach like a plucked thread. "Captain Vale," she said, without looking up, "have you come to steal my maps or complain about the breakfast fish?" "Both," he said, "in that order." The corner of her mouth curled. She lifted her gaze. For a brief instant, the sight of her upright, focused, and very much alive hit him with such force he had to remind himself to breathe normally. "You look better," he said. "You look worse," she replied. "You have shadows under your eyes." "Can't all nap in tide caverns," he said lightly. Then, more serious, "How are you really?" She rested her palms on the table, considering. "Like someone woke up in a room she thought would be empty and found half the island in it," she said. "The ward doesn't feel like it used to. I can't stretch myself across it the way I did before without tripping over your thread, and others." "Sorry," he said automatically. "Don't be," she replied. "It's unnerving, but less lonely." He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Good." She studied him in turn.
And you? She asked. Any lingering desire to collapse in a heap when the ward's hum rises? Only when Elthara starts lecturing me, he said. Otherwise, I'm adjusting. The currents feel less like they're trying to tear me apart and more like they're jostling for space. And Terran? She asked. He moved closer to the table. On the map nearest them, someone that marked the spire's position with a dark stone. New lines, drawn in a different shade, radiated from it. Guesses, perhaps, at where his influence might reach. He's quiet, Roran said. Lysen says that makes everyone nervous. Lysen is observant, Seralyth said. The maerwraiths have withdrawn to deeper trenches. The storms have been normal. That does not mean he has given up. It means he is preparing. He knows now that Alyndra isn't just a blind spot in his world, Roran said. He felt us push back. And he felt his spire's current slip, she added. We did not cut him off, but we muddied his water. Men like him don't forgive that. She tapped the map. He will try again, harder. The question is how we choose to meet him. Roran leaned over the table, eyes scanning the lines. Last time we reacted, he said. We braced where he hit. We redirected his rush as best we could. We can't keep doing that. Sooner or later, he'll find a crack we're not ready to patch. You suggest we take the initiative, she said. Yes, he said. You said something before, that we guide the sea, we don't leash it. Terran's trying to do the opposite. He's forcing it through the spire like a river through a pipe. Pipes burst. Her brow furrowed. You want to make his pipe burst. In a controlled way, he said. Not enough to shatter the spire outright, that would be bad for everyone, but enough to make it clear that if he keeps pushing, the thing he stands on will turn on him. Backfire, she said quietly. Turn his own anchor into a threat. He nodded. Can you shape the currents that way? Make the spire's flow twist against his sigils instead of feeding them? Not alone, she said, and not from this distance, not without help. The last time I tried to meddle with the spire directly, it nearly flattened me. Then don't do it alone, he said. Use the binding. Use the new threads. Spread the strain. She gave him a long look. You really have grown fond of being the rope in every knot. Someone has to be, he said. And I'm already tangled. Some of the worry in her eyes eased, replaced by something warmer. You are infuriating, she said. So I've heard, he replied. He sobered. We can't just push back randomly and hope he trips, he said. We need to know when he moves, what he aims at. We need eyes on him without leaning out so far we fall. Bridges and ropes, she murmured. It always comes back to that with you. What does it come back to you? He countered. Songs and currents, she said simply. I hear the way things want to flow. Terran hears that too, in his own way. That's why he's so dangerous. And if two singers try to lead the same melody? Roran asked. Her gaze sharpened. Sometimes, she said, the more skilled one can shift the key and leave the other scrambling. So we make him scramble, he said. We choose the ground, water of the confrontation, not him. She looked back at the map, fingers tracing the spire's symbol. You are suggesting a duel, she said. Of sorts, he said.
Not swords at dawn. You and him over the spire's currents, but with help.
And you as what? Her tone held curiosity, not dismissal.
A ballast, he said, and a distraction. I'm attuned now. He's already tried to grab that. We use it. Make him reach for me again while you shift things under his feet.
Risky, she said.
That word's lost all meaning this week, he said. It's all degrees now.
She laughed once, short and sharp. Then she sobered. He will not fight fair, she said. He will throw everything he has through that anchor if he senses a challenge. The spire could crack.
And if we do nothing? He asked. He'll throw everything he has anyway, the next time he decides to test your ward. I'd rather meet him when we're braced and ready than when he catches us at low tide.
Silence stretched. Through the binding, Roran felt her weighing options. costs, griefs she hadn't yet had time to fully acknowledge. Losing her mother to a storm, almost losing herself. The thought of gambling what remained of her strength on one more roll of the sea's dice.
"It isn't just your choice," he said softly. "It's Alyndra's, but it's also mine. He drowned my men too."
Her eyes flicked to his. There it was again, that shared understanding, forged not in shared history, but in surviving the same hand reaching for them from different shores. "Speak plainly," she said, "not as advisor, as Roran."
He swallowed. "I don't want to spend whatever time I have left here waiting for the next hit," he said. "I spent years doing that on land, marching between skirmishes, patching up after raids, knowing the bigger problem was out there and beyond my reach. I'm tired of reacting."
Her throat worked. "You think we can end him?"
"I think we can make it too costly for him to keep doing this," he said, "either by breaking his hold on the spire, or by making him see that one more push might take him with it. Men like him love power. They don't love dying."
And if he is so convinced of his destiny that he would rather break than bend, she asked.
"Then may the sea decide what to do with him," Roran said quietly. "But we will have done what we could." The binding carried the simple truth of that. No grand promises, just a shared refusal to sit still and hope the next storm spared them.
Seralyth took a long, slow breath. When she exhaled, some of the tightness in her shoulders eased. "Very well," she said. "We plan our duel."
The council did not argue as long as Roran expected. Devrin grumbled, of course. Mellis worried aloud about the spire's stability. Elthara called them all fools 3 separate times. But beneath the friction was something new, a willingness to consider change.
"The ward is no longer a single skin," Mellis said, tracing lines on the map. "It is a weave."
"That gives us flexibility. We can shift some of the strain to other carriers if the Queen must pull hard on the spire's currents." "And those other carriers will be at risk," Elthara said. "Let us not pretend otherwise." "Risk we choose," Varian said, "instead of risk forced on us." Elthara eyed Roran. "And you are eager to be at the heart of this insanity?" "Eager is a strong word," he said. "Resolved, maybe." She snorted. "You are terrible at lying." Seralyth, seated at the head of the circle, watched them all. When they'd talked themselves into a tangle, she lifted a hand. "We cannot unmake Terran Solcor," she said. "Not yet. But we can cut his anchor, or at least fray it. The spire belongs to the sea, not to him. We are its stewards. We have been negligent. It is past time we reclaimed that duty." "And if the sea objects?" Devrin asked. "It already does," she said. "That is why the currents bucked when he shoved them through sigils. We are not imposing something new on it. We are giving it a chance to shake free." Elthara's tight mouth relaxed a fraction. "Spoken like the child of your mother," she murmured. She looked at Roran. "Be very clear, human," she said. "If you stand as bait in this scheme, Terran will aim for you. He will try to snap the binding, use it to rip the ward. You could come apart." "I'm aware," Roran said. "But if he's focused on me, he's not focused on punching a hole straight through your defenses. I'm harder to break than a wall of magic." "That is debatable," Elthara said. But there was a glint of reluctant respect in her eyes. Varian stood. "Then we prepare," he said. "We choose a node where the Queen and her ballast can reach the spire's currents without drowning. We station our fighters at every probable breach point. We make sure that if this goes wrong, Alyndra still has teeth." Seralyth nodded. "The tide cavern where we diverted the flow before," she said. "It already bears the spire's signature. I can stand there without it tearing me anew. Roran will anchor on land, above, where he can still breathe." "I can stand in the cavern too," Roran said. "I don't need to breathe that often." 3 pairs of Siren eyes immediately turned on him, identical in their disbelief. "What?" he said. "I can. You managed in the echo well because you were between breaths and adrenaline was carrying you. Do not confuse that with actual ability to function underwater. Also, your attunement leans toward the ward, not the depths. You push from shore. Let those born to water stand in the currents themselves. Roran opened his mouth to argue, then closed it. They were right. Wanting to be in the thick of things doesn't change what his body could withstand. Fine, he said. Then I stand above.
Where? Seralyth pointed on the map. Here, she said. The sea glass arch. It lies almost directly over the tide cavern. The currents will reach there quickly. You know the feel of that place. He remembered the dizzying sense of leaning out over the ward, the first glimpse of the spire's wild flow. I do, he said. She held his gaze. We will link there, she said. You above, me below. Our bond will span both. When Terran moves, we will feel it. When we tug, we will tug together. The words felt like a vow, even without ritual. Elphara sighed. Then there is nothing more to be said, she said. Eat, rest, hone your wills. Tomorrow we tug at a madman's leash. And hope he is the one who gets dragged, Devrin muttered. Night draped Alyndra in a hush that wasn't quite peace. Roran lay awake far longer than he'd planned, staring at the patterns of light the moon cast through his doorway. His body was tired. His mind wasn't. Eventually he gave up on sleep and stepped out onto the terrace. The sea shone under the moon, a vast sheet of shifting silver. The ward's hum was steady. The spire's distant roar underlaid it, quieter than during the storm, but no less persistent. He rested his forearms on the railing, letting the cool air wash over him. He didn't hear Seralyth's footsteps, but he felt her approach through the binding, a familiar presence drawing closer. Couldn't sleep either? He asked, without turning. Queens rarely sleep well on the eve of foolish plans, she said. He glanced back. She'd traded formal gown for a simple tunic and wrapped skirt, bare feet silent on stone. Without the trappings of ceremony, she looked less like a distant monarch and more like the woman who had stood beside him watching the stars. She came to lean on the railing a short distance away, leaving a respectful space between them that their bond refused to acknowledge. Are your people afraid? He asked. Yes, and also alive, in a way I haven't seen in years. Fear sharpens them. So does having something concrete to push back against. Better a visible enemy than an invisible slow decay, he said. Exactly, she said. They watched the sea in silence for a moment. Roran, she said. Yes? Earlier, when Elphara spoke of union and you flailed, she said. He winced. I did not flail. You stammered, she said. It was almost charming. He huffed. What about it? The moonlight painted her features in pale shades. Her eyes were darker, reflecting the sky. In all the talk of wards and spires and madmen, we have not taken a breath to acknowledge what we did, she said. We bound ourselves, not as a tactical choice in the moment, though we used it that way, as a decision. You could have pulled back. You didn't, nor did I. He shifted, suddenly feeling every inch of his skin. Are you regretting that decision? He asked carefully. No, she said at once. I am wary of it. I am used to being bound to a place, to a people, not to a person. Her fingers curled around the railing. And I am aware that when this is over, if it ends as we hope, there will be questions. From my council, from myself, from you. He swallowed. Questions like? Like what we are, she said simply. You and I, beyond queen and advisor. He stared out at the water. I've been trying not to ask that, he said. Seemed unfair with everything else pressing down. It is unfair, she said, and necessary. Storms don't wait for us to sort out our hearts, but our hearts do not stop thrashing just because the sea is loud. He let out a breath that trembled slightly at the end. So, he said, ask. Her voice was very calm. If we survive tomorrow, and Terran's threat is blunted, and Alyndra remains standing, what do you want? It was, he realized, the first time someone had asked him that in years without attaching an order or expectation to the answer.
He closed his eyes briefly, listening to the ward, to her, to his own thoughts. "Part of me still thinks I belong on the mainland," he said slowly, reporting back, telling my king that storms are being twisted and there's an island full of magic keeping the sea from eating more of his coast. She didn't flinch at that. "And another part?" she prompted. He turned to face her fully. "Another part," he said, "wakes up in the morning and listens for the way this place breathes. Thinks of the faces here, Lysen, Varian, even Devran scowling at me. Thinks of you, and realizes that if I walked away, I'd spend the rest of my life feeling like I'd abandoned a line I swore to hold." Her eyes softened. The binding warmed. "I don't know what the future looks like," he said, "but I know this. I don't want my bond to you to be just a tool we used in a crisis and then politely pretend doesn't tug every time you walk into a room." Color rose in her cheeks. "You feel it so strongly?" she asked, quieter now. "Do you really not?" he asked back. She hesitated. Then, to his surprise, she laughed, softly, self-consciously. "Of course I do," she said. "I have felt your moods brush mine at inconvenient times. I have caught myself turning to look for you in a room before I realize you are not there. I stand at the ward's edge and think how much clearer it sounds with your stubborn song threaded through it." His chest tightened. "I am not practiced at this," she admitted. "At wanting someone for themselves, not just for what they can carry. My life has been duty and storms and the endless quiet of a hidden island." Her fingers, still on the railing, curled.
"When I pulled you from the sea, I did not expect you to become important to me in ways that have nothing to do with magic." Roran's throat worked. "You're important to me, too," he said roughly. "More than you should be, probably, given how little time we've had." "Time has never asked permission to move quickly," she said. "Not with storms, not with fate. Why should it be polite with us?" He almost smiled. "So, what do we call this then?" he asked. "Between us?" She considered, eyes searching his face. "A beginning," she said at last. "If we live." The simple honesty of it landed harder than any flowery declaration. He reached out, slowly, giving her time to withdraw. She didn't. His hand settled over hers on the railing, careful, warm. "A beginning," he echoed. Her fingers turned under his, weaving between them. They stood like that, joined, with the sea stretched out before them and the ward humming quietly around. Two people from different worlds, tied together by choice and chance. "Tomorrow," he said, "we stand on opposite sides of a stone, tugging at a madman's anchor." "Tomorrow," she agreed. "Tonight we remember why we bother." He wanted to lean in, to press his forehead to hers, to close the small aching distance. He didn't. Instead, they stayed with their hands joined, the contact steady and chaste, and more intimate than anything he'd known in years. It was enough. For now. Dawn broke with a strange stillness. No wind stirred the courtyard banners. The waves at the base of the cliffs rolled in slow, deliberate swells. The sky was cloudless, but a faint shimmer on the horizon hinted at something building beyond sight. Terran Solcor was waiting. Seralyth stood at the top of the steps leading down to the eastern tide cavern, dressed not in ceremonial finery, but in a simple, close-fitting garment that would not hinder her movement in water. The shell circlet at her throat glowed brighter than it had since the storm, responding to the focus in her. Elthara and Melis flanked her. Varian waited near the edge of the pool, where the steps vanished into shadow, already half-shifted, scales gleaming along his arms. Roran joined them, the ward's hum a low growl in his bones. "Everyone in position?" he asked. "Devran's guards are at every lower entrance," Varian said. "If maerwraiths try to piggyback again, they'll find more than a welcome party." "Upper courtyards are cleared except for fighters," Melis added. "Children and elders are in the high galleries. They hate it, which means they're taking it seriously." "Elthara?" Seralyth asked. The elder planted her staff with a sharp tap. "The ward is braced," she said. "Thin, but not fragile. It will not shatter at the first knock. After that, we improvise." Seralyth nodded, then turned to Roran. He met her gaze steadily.
"Remember," she said, "do not lean out past the spire. We pull from our side. Let him overextend." "Understood," he said. They both knew he'd push further than was wise if it meant shielding her. They both pretended otherwise, for Elthara's sanity. "Ready?" she asked. "No," he said honestly. "Do it anyway." She smiled once, quick and fierce, then stepped down into the pool. The water closed around her ankles, then calves, then waist. At the last step before she submerged fully, she glanced back at him. He lifted 2 fingers in a brief, unconscious salute. She rolled her eyes fondly and vanished beneath the surface. Varian followed, sliding into the water with barely a ripple. Melis went next, then Elthara, staff and all, the shells chiming once before being swallowed by the depths. Roran stood alone at the pool's edge for a heartbeat, every instinct screaming at him to follow. Instead, he turned and ran. The path to the sea-glass arch was as steep and narrow as he remembered. The air grew thinner as he climbed. The ward's hum intensified, higher and sharper this close to its skin. By the time he reached the opening, his lungs burned. He pressed a hand to the stone, catching his breath. The sea stretched before him, endless and bright. The spire lay far beyond the horizon, invisible to ordinary eyes. To his attuned senses, it was a towering presence, a column of wild power, its currents already stirring. Terran was awake. Roran stepped into the carved circle on the arch's floor. The stone was cool under his boots. The glass embedded in the surrounding rock glinted. He closed his eyes. "I'm here," he sent along the binding. "Good timing," Seralyth's thought answered, threaded with the muffled echo of water. "We are in position." He glimpsed, through their link, the cavern below, the whirl of currents around the node, where she stood, Varian a steady presence nearby, Elthara staff-planted, Melis's hands raised. "Feel for him," Seralyth said, "but do not call yet. Let him move first." Roran reached out. The spire's resonance had a particular flavor now that he'd touched it before, sharp, metallic edges overlying the deep, ancient rush. He followed that thread outward. Terran was already singing. It wasn't a siren song. His voice, carried along the spire's currents, was harsher, full of jagged edges and abrupt twists. Raw power gathered around him, drawn from the depths and funneled up. "He's building," Roran said, slowly, testing the pull. "He thinks we will hunker down and wait," Seralyth replied. "We will not." She began to hum. Her melody slipped into the spire's flow from below, subtle at first. A countercurrent, a suggested rhythm. The wild rush of resonance, which had been heedlessly obeying Terran's pushes, hesitated. "What are you doing?" Roran asked. "Offering the sea a better song," she said. Elthara and Melis joined her, their harmonies weaving underneath, reinforcing the new pattern. Varian didn't sing, but his presence held the edges, keeping the currents from spilling into caverns they couldn't afford to flood. Roran lent his own, rougher hum from above. He followed Seralyth's lead as best he could, adding his rhythm like a drumbeat under a more intricate tune. The spire's flow shifted. Terran felt it. His song sharpened, pushing back. He tried to force the currents back into the grooves he'd carved. His sigils flared. For a moment, the spire wavered between 2 beats, like a dancer caught between partners. Then Terran shoved. The resonance surged, battering against the ward. The sky over Alyndra darkened as clouds spun into being unnaturally fast, drawn to the new pattern. "Brace," Seralyth warned. The ward absorbed the first blows better than before, its lattice strengthened by the new threads, but the pressure was immense. Roran gritted his teeth as the hum in his chest climbed toward painful. He anchored his feet, imagined himself not as a man standing in a circle, but as a stake driven into the cliff. "He's aiming directly at the western reef," he said, again, trying to crack the same seam. "Let him push," Seralyth said. "We guide the backlash." She altered her song.
It was a small change, a shift in key, a subtle lengthening of one note, but to the spire it was a new path. Some of the force Terran drove toward the reef ricocheted along the adjusted currents, sliding sideways. Now, Elthara's thought cut in, sharp as a shell's edge. Roran and Seralyth pulled together. They grabbed hold of that ricochet and steered, not allowing it to dissipate. Instead, they wrapped it around the spire's base, sending it back along the lines of Terran's own sigils. The sensation made Roran's teeth ache. It was like bending a bow past its usual draw, feeling the wood protest. Terran sensed the twist. His voice rose, outraged. He tried to counter, to dig in, to seize control of the returning wave. "Careful," Seralyth warned. "Do not try to crush him. We are not strong enough. We only need to make the spire slippery." They let some of the power bleed away, out into harmless depths. Enough remained that Terran suddenly found his own spell fighting him. Lightning flashed on the horizon, wild and unfocused. "He's losing coherence," Melis said. "His pattern's fraying." "Not enough," Varian said. "He still has grip." "He will keep throwing until something gives," Elthara said grimly. "Wait for the moment when he overreaches. That is when we tug." They waited. It felt like standing in the front line of a battle, shield raised, watching an enemy commander call for one more charge, and another, and another. The strain built. The ward groaned. Sweat beaded on Roran's forehead, though the air at the arch was cold. Then Terran made his mistake. He tried to split his focus. Half his power continued hammering Alyndra's reef. The other half he hurled sideways, perhaps intending to test some other distant ward, or simply to demonstrate his reach. His song stretched thin, greed outpacing control. "Now," Elthara snapped. Seralyth and Roran pulled. They didn't try to shove the entire tide back. That would have broken them. Instead, they grabbed the thin, overextended middle of Terran's working and yanked sideways. The effect rippled along the spire's surface. The currents he'd been forcing into two separate channels twisted together, tangling. The sigils he'd carved into the rock flared as conflicting flows ran through them. For an instant, the spire thrummed with a dangerous resonance. Not Siren, not Terran, something in between, unstable. Terran howled. Roran felt his attention slam toward them along the bond of magic, a furious, wounded awareness. "You meddle," the presence snarled, not in words but in raw intent. Guilty, Roran thought back, with all the stubborn sardonicism he could muster. Terran lunged. He grabbed for the most obvious thread, Roran's attuned presence at the arch. A spike of cold drove along the binding, searching for purchase, trying to use the bridge between Roran and the ward as a new route. Roran's vision went white. He heard Seralyth curse, felt her move to shield. Elthara and Melis shifted their song, trying to blunt the intrusion. Instead of cowering, Roran opened the door. Not all the way, just enough. Terran's magic, grabbing for him, suddenly found itself face to face, not with a single vulnerable human, but with the full, braced weight of the shared ward. Seralyth's strength, Alyndra's threads, and Roran's own grounded stubbornness. It was like charging through what you thought was an empty gate and colliding with a solid wall. The backlash rocked them all. Roran reeled. Seralyth cried out. The ward's hum spiked, then steadied. Terran screamed. Roran caught flashes through the spire's currents of the man himself, staggered on his narrow platform, wind whipping his hair, eyes wide in disbelief. The charms around him swung wildly. Several snapped under the strain, pieces of bone and metal flying. His sigils cracked. The currents he'd bent so harshly finally did what currents always did when forced too far. They snapped back. For a moment, the spire became a whirlpool of wild magic. Roran and Seralyth both let go. It was the hardest part. Instinct screamed to hold, to keep guiding. But this was the moment the sea had to decide. They loosened their grip enough for the spire to find its own equilibrium. The backlash hit Terran full on. His own working, tangled and overextended, turned on him. The currents he'd used as whips became lashes. The raw resonance he'd stolen flooded back through his sigils in the wrong direction. He stumbled, arms flailing. For an instant, Roran saw not a terrifying figure on a distant spire, but a man unbalanced on a too narrow ledge, undone by his own arrogance. Jump, Roran thought wildly, without knowing why. Get off, let it go. If Terran heard, he gave no sign. He tried to cling to his anchor, hands grabbing for the carved lines, even as they burned under his fingers. The spire's currents pulled. The platform shuddered. Roran felt the moment Terran's body could no longer withstand the strain. The connection snapped. There was no dramatic explosion, no melodramatic slow-motion fall. One instant, Terran's soul core was a glaring presence on the edge of the spire. The next, he was gone, swept into the roaring currents, his own magic scattering like shattered glass. The spire howled. For a breathless moment, Roran feared it would tear, that the raw power would rip free and wreak havoc. But the sea, freed of the unnatural forcing, surged into the void and settled. The column of resonance steadied, its flow chaotic, but no longer violently directed. The storm cloud on Alyndra's horizon dissipated as quickly as it had risen, melting into harmless gray. The ward's hum dropped from a frantic pitch to something lower, weary and solid. Roran sagged, knees buckling. He caught himself on the arch's wall with one hand. "Seralyth?" he gasped. Her answer came, breathless but alive. "Here," she said. "We are here." He let out a shaky laugh that turned into a cough. Below, through the binding, he felt the tide cavern's currents calm. Varian's steady presence eased. Elthara slumped against the rock. Melis' laughter bubbled up, half hysterical. Terran's soul core was gone. Not by their direct hand, by his own refusal to release what he'd tried to leash. It wasn't a clean victory in the storybook sense. There was no body to drag back, no trophy. But the spire no longer pulsed with his jagged influence. The storms around Alyndra felt normal again for the first time in weeks. Roran slid down the archwall until he sat, back-braced, breathing hard. His muscles twitched with residual strain. When he finally pushed himself upright and made his way back down to the main courtyard, the island was stirring like someone waking from a nightmare. People clustered in small groups, speaking in hushed, disbelieving tones. There were no maerwraiths clawing at the wells, no water pouring in where it shouldn't. The ward hummed, dimples and waves smoothing slowly. Seralyth emerged from the eastern pool, steps slow but sure. Varian followed, then Elthara and Melis. All of them looked exhausted. All of them were standing. The courtyard fell silent as they appeared. Seralyth paused at the top of the steps, water dripping from her clothes, hair plastered to her shoulders. Her eyes swept the gathered faces.
"It is done," she said simply. A low, collective exhale rippled through the crowd. "Will he return?" someone called, a woman from the lower channel guards. "No," Seralyth said, "not as he was. The spire has reclaimed what he tried to steal. The sea does not give the same shape twice." Murmurs followed, some relieved, some uncertain. Roran stepped forward, not bothering to clean himself up first. He looked as battered as the rest of them. Seralyth met him halfway across the courtyard. They stopped at arm's length, the binding between them a warm cord. "You sang well," he said. "You braced hard," she replied. They both laughed, more out of sheer giddy relief than anything else. Elthara shook her head, staff-tapping. "Idiots," she muttered. "Lucky, courageous idiots. The sea must like you."
The sea doesn't like anyone, Devrin said, but there was a hint of something almost like pride in his voice. It merely decides not to kill some of us yet. It decided today, Lysen said, eyes shining, and we helped it. Seralyth turned, addressing the courtyard louder. Alyndra stands, she said. Our ward holds. Not because we hid behind it, but because we wove it anew together with many threads. We can no longer pretend the world beyond does not know we exist. Terran Solcor found us. Others may yet, but we are not the fragile secret he believed. She glanced at Roran, a small, deliberate motion. We are stronger now, she continued, not in the way of armies or tall walls, but in knowing that isolation is not the only shield. We have seen that bonds, even unexpected ones, can be our greatest defense. Some faces in the crowds tightened at that, others softened. Elthara stepped forward. Hear this, Alyndra, she said. Our queen speaks of change. She speaks truth. The ward is woven differently now. A human thread runs through it. We can either pretend this did not happen, or we can accept that the sea has given us a new pattern. And you? Devrin asked roughly. Do you accept it? Elthara eyed Roran, then Seralyth. Her gaze was sharp, weighing. At my age, she said, it is exhausting to pretend I have all the answers. I have seen wards falter, queens fall, and storms change the shape of our shores. This is new, but not wrong. I will not fight what has proven itself in battle. It wasn't effusive praise, it was better. Melis grinned outright. Besides, she added, if we tried to undo that binding now, we'd probably take half the island with it. A ripple of uneasy laughter moved through the courtyard. Roran caught Seralyth's eye. Comforting, he murmured. Very, she said. Lysen elbowed her way closer. So, what now? She asked, voice bright but eyes serious. We've survived. We've thrown a madman off his spire.
Do we just go back to mending nets and counting fish? We heal, Seralyth said. We let the ward settle. We make sure there are no lingering teeth in the depths waiting to bite us. And then, she paused, considering. And then? Roran prompted. And then we look outward, she said, carefully, deliberately, not by throwing our gates open or dissolving the ward, but by choosing where and how we make contact. Roran blinked. Contact, he repeated. With my world? With the world that sends men like you and Terran to its shores, she said. Not all from the land wield storms. Some stand against them. It is time we stopped pretending we could ignore the difference. He swallowed. You're talking about letting someone else through? Not many, she said quickly. Not yet. Perhaps not for years. But someday we may need allies, or at least information that does not come only from one captain's memory. You're assuming I won't tell you everything? He said. You'll tell me what you know, she said. You cannot tell me what you do not. We may need more eyes and ears. If we learn to open small windows in the ward without tearing it. Carefully, Elthara interjected. Very carefully, Seralyth agreed. We will plan. We will argue. We will likely frighten ourselves with our own boldness. But we will not slide back into pretending the sea at our edges is the only one that matters. She looked at Roran again, and her voice softened. And we will honor bargains, she said. He remembered vividly the night on the terrace, her promise. If the ward holds, she had said, I will take you to its edge, and you will tell me whether the shape of your world still matches the one you carry in your head. The ward holds, he said now. So it does, she replied. They waited weeks.
The spire's currents had to settle. The ward's new harmonies had to become familiar instead of precarious. Life in Alyndra found a rhythm again, different but real. Roran helped where he could. He trained with Varian and the other guards, learning how to fight in corridors that sometimes turned into flooded tunnels. He sat with Melis and Althara, absorbing as much as he could about resonance theory, if only to better understand what not to meddle with. He hauled nets with Lysen, laughing when she scolded him for tangling the lines. He also spent more evenings than not with Seralyth, sometimes in the chart room, sometimes walking the quieter terraces, sometimes simply sitting in companionable silence, their bond buzzing gently between them. Their closeness deepened, not through grand gestures, but through the accumulation of small, steady moments, shared jokes, arguments over strategy, comfortable silences when words were unnecessary. It was there, in the way her eyes sought him first when storms gathered, in the way his shoulders relaxed when he felt her presence even before he saw her. When Althara finally declared the spire as calm as it's going to get, Seralyth approached Roran on a clear morning with the air of someone fulfilling a promise. "Come," she said, "bring your stubbornness, and a cloak. The wind is sharp near the skin of the ward." He followed her along a path he hadn't taken before, up a narrow switchback carved into the cliffside. The climb was steep, but he'd regained enough strength that his breath came steady by the time they reached the top. They emerged onto a small ledge that jutted out from the cliff face, higher than any he'd stood on before. There were no railings here, no walls, just stone underfoot and sky and sea in every direction. Seralyth stepped to the very edge. Roran's heart clenched, but he trusted her feet as much as he trusted his own. "This is as close to the ward's skin as we can stand without stepping through," she said. "Feel it." He closed his eyes. The hum here was unlike anywhere else on the island. It was loud but not painful, a full, rich chord. He sensed its curve over and around them, the way it bent currents and light just slightly. Beyond it, faint, lay the echo of other shores. "Reach," Seralyth murmured, "but gently. Let it show you, not seize." He extended his awareness. Careful. For a brief, dizzy moment, he saw it all superimposed. The ward's dome, the spire's distant column, the vast sweep of sea connecting lands. And beyond, blurred by distance and magic, he felt the faint signatures of his world. Cities he'd marched through, ports he'd guarded, the river he'd grown up by, its resonance a familiar, muted line. It hit him with unexpected force. Homesickness and gratitude tangled in his chest. The world he'd come from still existed, with its petty squabbles and complicated politics and ordinary storms. It would go on whether he returned or not. He opened his eyes. Seralyth watched him closely, ready to pull him back if he leaned too far. "Well?" she asked quietly. "Does the shape match the one in your head?" He thought about it. "Mostly," he said. "Some edges are softer from here, some places look smaller, but yes, it's still there, still worth caring about." "And you?" she asked. "Do you still feel ripped in half between them?" He looked at her. "No," he said, "not ripped, stretched, maybe, but anchored here." Her eyes glistened faintly in the wind. "Anchored," she echoed. He stepped closer, not recklessly, but with intent. "Seralyth," he said. "Yes," she replied, voice steady but soft. "I can't promise I'll never want to send word back," he said, "to let them know what's here, what we faced. To warn them if someone else like Terran rises on their shores. I would be disappointed in you if you did not," she said. "But I can promise this," he continued. "My post now, my line, is here, with you, with Alyndra. Whatever windows we open to the world, this is where I stand." The binding hummed in response. It felt like the ward's cord was smiling. "And I," she said, "can promise that when we open those windows, we will do it with your counsel. That I will not drag you into choices that break you. That this bond between us will not be treated as a convenient lever, but as something I cherish." He let out a breath that sounded suspiciously like relief, he said. That sounds dangerously like an oath, he said. We have made many dangerous promises, she replied. One more will hardly tip the sea. He reached for her hand. She gave it, fingers sliding into his with practiced ease now. For a long, quiet moment, they simply stood there on the ledge, their shoulders touching, their joined hands hanging between them, the endless water spreading out before and below. Then, with the kind of courage that came not from battle, but from vulnerability, Roran turned slightly and lifted her hand to his lips. He pressed a light, careful kiss to her knuckles. It wasn't passionate or sweeping. It wasn't meant to be. It was reverent, a promise sealed in the simplest way he knew. Seralyth's breath caught. She turned her head. Their faces were close enough that he could see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, the faint freckle near her left brow he hadn't noticed before. "May I?" he asked, because consent was a habit he refused to abandon, even with a bond humming between them. She smiled, slow and sure. "Yes," she said. He leaned in and kissed her. It was nothing like the desperate clinging of people afraid of dying. It was gentle, grounded. Their lips touched, lingered. The binding thrummed, warm and bright, carrying warmth instead of strain for once. When they drew back, both of them were a little breathless, not from lack of air, from the enormity of letting themselves feel joy without immediately weighting it with fear. "New song," he murmured. "New not," she agreed. They stood on Alyndra's edge, looking out at a world that had tried to drown them both, and chose together to live not in hiding or in endless war, but in a tangled, hopeful middle. The sea would still send storms. The spire would still roar. Somewhere, others might yet try to twist what should not be twisted. But for now, the ward held. The island breathed. And at its heart stood a queen and a soldier, bound by magic and by choice, ready to face whatever tides came next, together.